What is that?
It's not a good thing.
Run!
Run!
I was like, what the fuck is that?
Here, come over here and wait by the exit. You'll see what happens.
Was it gonna come this way?
That's no man's land. Okay. Okay, we can leave that here because we can pick that up later.
All right. That looked dangerous. Oh! What the fuck was that? You missed. No, wait. No, for real. No, for real. No, I'm kidding. No. No, aha, see? No, get away. No, I was kidding.
Come here.
No!
No, stop it, motherfucker.
Open the door.
Leave me
Open
alone.
the door. This way.
Here.
Jump!
Drop it.
I can't. Fuck! Ah!
Okay.
Oh no! No!
Oh no!
Ah!
No!
Let me in!
Trying to open it! Open it!
Close it.
Okay.
Lady Iron's trying to kill us.
No kidding.
Run. Oh my god, let me go. Let me go. Fucking Jesus. Get off of me.
Are you good?
No. I'm being attacked. No. That was awful. Please be gone. Okay, good. Hell no, fuck off! Go away! Oh, I'm gonna fall. No. No, go, please. You wouldn't. You would not. I'm stuck. Shit. No. This is not cool.
I almost like. Oh, they opened the door.
Hello, cat.
They locked me in. Done.
Fuck you guys. Oh, I'm gonna die from falling or poison. Ow. Sorry. Oh my god. I didn't think I was gonna die. No! Fuck! I was so close to making my bed.
Someone need a hug?
It's on a cycle. Yeah, I need a freaking hug after that. Ooh, hello? Oops. That's what you get. Wait, hang on. They have a store? What? Fuck out of here. Wait. Yes, except the cookies. What? Hang on. I didn't know they had actual plushies. Me? Wait, why do I kind of want these? Slay. Wait a minute.
I haven't a bloody notion what it was, but I wasn't human.
Who have you told about this?
Your mom.
Besides me,
Just
Sorry.
yourself, obviously.
That was...
Okay. I'll have security skim the cameras and take a look.
What?
We make toys.
You're fired, Marcus.
Now come on, get out of my sight. Actually, grab me a coffee, will you?
Come on, Barry. Let's go. Barry. Come on. I'm stuck. Barry, stop kissing me. I'm stuck. What does that sound? Barry, is that you making that sound? Never mind. Barry, where you going? Oh. Barry, I thought we had something special. Come on, Barry. I'll forgive you. Come on, Barry. Mwah. Let go. Now I'm gonna push you. Push, push, push. Goodbye, Barry. Do it from a distance, because I'm scared.
Does someone need a hug?
I don't like his voice.
Give me a big squeeze. I promise I won't bite.
I don't believe you. You tried to kill me earlier.
Come closer, friend.
No.
I'll squeeze you until you.
Hello, gamers. Sorry, what? Hello. How are we today? Okay. So we are playing where we left off. Ah! I clicked the wrong one. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. How much more chaos could I have in the first 5 seconds? Hello. How's everyone? Let's see. What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Chathu, Kikyo, Yensid, Neil, Dirk, hello, hello everyone. You look good. No, you look good. Hello. How are we? How's it going? Are we gaming it up today? Yensid, are you streaming today? Snow, did I miss Snow? Oh, hi Snow. Nar. Oh, it's Wednesday. My bad, my bad. My bad. I felt like standing for a little bit today. You snuck in? You did. You sure did. How was work, everyone? For me, it was bleh. You know what? I'm gonna move you guys back to where you were. I don't like this. You can't see my Kirby. Get back to where you were. What is that? Oh, for real, which one is that? I think it's this one. Nope. Ah! Got her. I fucking got her. Nope. I don't know what this is. There we go. There you go. Feeling good? Good. Prom season is best season. Oh, that's right. It's prom season, isn't it? Isn't it? I love that. I never went to prom. I wasn't allowed to go. You love to see it. I never went to prom. Me either. Me either. My boyfriend at the time did not think it was cool, so I didn't get to go. I didn't go to prom, but I went to my girlfriend's prom. Oh, that's sweet. I love that. At least you did something. I went everywhere. I love dressing up. I would have loved to gone. Forget that. I wasn't allowed to. Just like how I didn't like do the cheerleading team or anything. Or well, I made the cheerleading team and then was told it wasn't cool. And then I said, oh my god, you're so right. And then I stopped. You would have killed it. Not back then. Maybe not even now. Fuck it, let's bros. Yeah, let's do our own prom. Streamer prom. You know, they have streamer awards. Why don't they have streamer prom? You know what I mean? They should do the prom at the awards. Why don't they do that? They're missing out on a good idea. I've been loving this Zelda music lately. I'm gonna move you guys. I'm gonna put you guys over here. We're taking an ad break. Oh shit. Not the ad break. Not the friggin' ad break. I ate a quesadilla before I started streaming and I'm bloated. I hate it here. Ugh. Why do I do this to myself? Ah! I shouldn't eat cheese. They have Barsley Bomb. Kind of that. What is that? I've never heard of that. Are you trolling me right now? You look fine, thank you. Is a content creator? I didn't know that. I live under a rock. Oh, yeah. That's a real thing. Not the 6 months ago on Reddit. Oh my god, it is a real thing. Wow. Wait, that looks so fun. Oh my god, they're all so gorgeous. Ugh, love. I wanna go. You guys, I wanna go. What the heck? They all look so stunning. Is it for creators or is it just like for funsies? Curated weekend of culture, expression, and community. How fun! Love that. 1 million followers. Sheesh. I've never seen this man in my life. But that will change. Follow. He seems cool. I love to see it. Anywho. We're gonna be watching some lore today, chat. We're going to be watching some Elden Ring lore. Because I requested videos, and you guys provided. Where is it? There it is. Awesome, yes. So we're gonna have a little watch party for a while, then we're gonna go find some rooms, because I need to level up. And I think I leveled up once yesterday in the 8 hours I played, so... there's that. It really is a hot shame, isn't it? Where did it go? I was watching one of those stone semi. Ooh, yes. That's the one I'm talking about. The one that Stoner sent. Where are they? Oh, here we are. Speed run on leveling. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Well, not speed run, but like I'm gonna just try and level up today. Just do what I can. I want to at least level up like 3 or 4 times and then continue. Other than that, we can move on because I fear I'm severely under leveled. Gabius Maximus, yes. How are you, T-Love? Let me pull these up. How long are these? I also don't know which one is first. We're just gonna open them and see. Quite tired, but I'm here. Well, happy to have ya. I know you're not about to play right now. There we go. Okay. This one is 30 minutes. This one's 30 minutes. And this one, okay. So, are these all the same person? They are. So are they parts? I don't say parts. So this one is the lore explained. This one is the demigods explained. And this one is the dragons. So I think we'll start with the lore. And then we'll move on from there. How does that sound? Also, I can't wait to tone my hair because she's not it. It's gonna be really good. Do I want to stand the whole time? I might. Or do I want to be lazy? Chat, I don't know what I want. I'm very indecisive today. I don't know why. You actually hate to see it. Get back to where you were. There we go. Oh, also, look what I got. A friend of mine made this for me. Look at her, she's so cute. Isn't it adorable? I absolutely love it. Just the cutest little thing. Yeah, I got it in the mail today. So sweet. It's very nice of her to do. And it's top tier. Wow, I know. Cute, cute, cute. Love. Now it just hangs here on my wall, but you can't really see. Well, yeah, you can. Ta-da! Ta-da! Well, Kirby's covering with their fat head. There we go. Get down there, Kirby. Actually, I think I like Kirby like that better, to be honest. Kinda looks like he's eating the mic, doesn't it? Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Sorry. I got distracted. He's a big boy, yeah. He's the biggest boy. Oh, Kirby, your fat head is in the way now. Okay, I'm going to play these.
Our story doesn't begin
Shut up.
in the land.
I figured we could start like this. Dude, I loved it today. Good, I'm glad you had a good day. I'm glad. It's like with 2 C's. You leave him alone. You leave him be. Alright, everyone. Let's watch this lore. Did someone say Goofy? No, but you just did. I'm gonna turn this up.
It begins in the cosmos, far away, with
Sir?
an out. Our story doesn't begin in the lands between.
Okay.
It begins in the cosmos, far away, with an outer god called the Greater Will.
Same.
There are a lot of outer gods mentioned in Elden Ring. You can think of these kind of like the great ones of Bloodborne.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait till after the ads. Hold on. I thought I just had an ad break. I don't know why they're going now. I don't know what's happening. That's okay, though. We'll hang out for a few minutes. The story begins where I say it does. Exactly. What the heck? I wonder if it told me there was going to be an ad break and then it decided to have another one. I don't know. I just work here. Kirby, I love you dearly, but you are a bit chonky like they do say. He's just a thick little boy. I was told that I'm speedrunning this game. I mean, I don't mean to. So, yeah, it is what it is. Chonkers. He is chonkers. Why do I have 160 behind? What the fuck is that? Why are you behind? You absolutely hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. Did I post? Chad, I think I didn't post. No, I did, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay. I was about to get mad. I was about to get real mad. Where is... Okay. Chunkus. He is. Why is everybody gotta be so mean to Kirby? Why? Okay. So I think we should be able to play it now.
They're distant beings, they're all-powerful, and they're quite unknowable by design. But many of these
the
outer
volume
gods
okay, you guys?
want to make their presence felt in the world. The greater will, maybe most of all. To this end, it sent a golden star hurtling towards the lands between.
I want to do that.
The Elden Star's incantation tells us that this golden star was bearing a beast, an Elden beast. The Elden Remembrance calls it a vassal beast of the greater will. If you didn't know, a vassal is someone who holds land on behalf of their overlord.
Jesus.
Obviously, this is fitting in this case, because the Elden Beast occupied the lands between on behalf of the greater will, and was a living incarnation of the concept of order.
That's so
As such, this beast would later become the Elden Ring.
cool. Wait,
The
so
Elden
that's
Ring
the ring?
itself is
Okay,
made
hang
up
on.
of runes of power.
Should I be taking notes?
Some great, some small, that together represent a sort of logic for the world to follow. Thus, the Elden Ring represents order. The true nature of this order is a subject of constant
Nice.
debate and research undergone by fundamentalists. But two of the key fundamentals are the laws of causality and regression. You can think of the law of causality as cause and effect, where actions have consequences, and those consequences are new causes that branch out into infinity. These are the relations.
Thank you for the bed. Thank you.
Relationships between things. Then there's the law of regression that states that all things eternally yearn to converge and return to their roots. Fittingly, then, the Elden Ring is housed within the Erd Tree,
Major power
which
sirens,
towers
okay.
over
I
the
just wanted
lands
everybody to miss
between. But it's very important to stress that life in the lands between did not begin with the Erd Tree, the Elden Ring, or the Elden Beast. No, the lands between were occupied
Ew.
well before the Greater Will came. There were other beings here. There were other factions here. There were other gods here. And there was even
The Sharingan.
another great tree here before the Erd Tree. And this is where a huge twist regarding the Erd Tree comes in. So, there are incantations in the game called Aspects of the Crucible. According to their descriptions, these are manifestations of the Erd Tree's primal
Ew.
vital energies. And I quote, "They are an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together."
What the fuck?
But how could all life be blended together in the Erd Tree if the Erd Tree appeared after life existed? Well, there can only be one answer, right? That the Erd Tree is a parasite, and it took over a tree that existed here before. This ancient tree was called the Great Tree. So the Great Tree was almost certainly the location of
Great
this
Tree.
primordial crucible, and it must have been a very powerful primordial
What's on my
force for the
head?
Greater Will to have commandeered. It might even be the reason the lands between is important to the Greater Will in the first place. It also explains why spells and enemies related to the Great Tree's crucible would eventually be looked down upon. For example, the Knot Talisman is fashioned from a knotted vestige of the crucible, and it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Enemies related to the crucible are the Omen, the Misbegotten, and the Crucible Knights, and all three of them would be shunned, enslaved, or imprisoned. Those who speak for the Erd Tree don't want you to know its roots, so to speak. According to the spell Protection of the Erd Tree, in the beginning everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order.
In Marika's own words, the Erd Tree governs all. The choice is thine.
The choice
Become
is
one
mine.
with the
Sorry,
order,
all my tags came off
or
my thing. I'm not sure what
divest
happened. I'm
thyself
trying to
of
fix
it. To wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
But the Greater Will needed more than a big tree. It needed loyal agents in the lands between. To this end, it has the Two Fingers, who are its envoys. The Two Fingers heirloom has a weird picture of them, but it reads, "Of course, fingers cannot speak, yet these are eloquent.
cannot speak."
Persistently they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the
Yeah,
words,
too, that's what I heard.
the words of our faith." These words
Granny!
are interpreted by the finger readers. These are the
Granny.
undying old crones that you would have found throughout the lands between. They pass down the wisdom of the Two Fingers, or at least they used to.
Your fingers.
We just talked to her.
Please, your fingers. I can read them.
Most of them appear to have lost their purpose, and they're desperate to read your fingers and tell you annoying riddles, since their two fingers are likely dead. And yes, of course, there are
Fine,
multiple
wait,
sets
wait.
of Two
What's it for?
Fingers. You would have found their corpses on the tops of the divine towers. Atop these towers, you loot the fingers in order to activate the true power of a great rune. Specifically though, you are giving benediction back to your great rune. You're taking a blessing back from the two dead fingers, essentially. This is just one of many blessings that the Two Fingers can bestow, and my point is kind of that the Two Fingers clearly have more than just influence. They have real
That's the
power
thing that we saw.
on some level. The Greater Will needs these powerful envoys and agents because, while it's obviously incredibly powerful, it does seem limited by a few things. First is space. The Greater Will didn't come to the lands between itself, it sent an elden beast to do its bidding instead. Second is time.
That's me,
There is a
right?
moment later in the game where your pair of Two Fingers go still because they're forced to commune with the
hang on,
Greater
what is
Will for
happening?
guidance.
Why?
When
what is
they
with all
are
the ad break?
finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me. But you, how will you ever manage to wait?
So the Greater Will needs a physical manifestation of order. It needs envoys to convey its will, but what it also needs is a god. Introducing Marika the Eternal. I have this utterly enormous mind map of Elden Ring's lore, and there's a reason she's at the center. She's essentially the equivalent of Gwyn from Dark Souls, except
I never played
unlike
Dark Souls.
Gwyn, Marika didn't just crawl out of the dark and find power. To an extent, it seems like she earned it. We don't know much about her origins, except that she is of the Numen race, which is actually an origin that you can choose in the character selection screen. Numen come from outside the lands between, and are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born.
Sorry
At
about
some
that,
point,
everyone. I fixed
Marika was chosen as an Empyrean. What is an Empyrean? Well, an Empyrean is a being chosen by the Fingers as a candidate for godhood. As an Empyrean, Marika received the aid of a shadow to do her bidding. So what is a shadow? Well, it's a wolf, shadowbound to its Empyrean by the Two Fingers. Luna Princess Rani is another example of an Empyrean with a shadowbound beast. You would have met Blythe. These creatures are the Empyrean's very own shadow. They are completely loyal to their needs and, by definition,
No.
incapable of treachery.
For some reason, my
Marika's
ads were
shadow
going
was a
every
beast called
5 minutes.
Malakath. Every Empyrean uses their shadow in different
BG.
ways, but Marika's sole need of her shadow was as a vessel to
Okay, I
lock
think I
away
fixed it.
destined death.
Look,
So
Peachy.
what is destined death? Well, according to Enya, it's the rune of death.
The rune of death goes by two names. The other is destined death.
We mentioned earlier that the Elden Ring is made up of runes, and at some point, maybe when she was
Yeah.
chosen as a god, Marika plucked the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. She gave the Rune of Death to Malakath, her totally loyal
Want a
shadow,
Rune of Death?
who
Can I have
bore
one, you
a
good?
black blade
I get a Rune of
imbued
Death?
with this rune. It's kind of genius, really. In a single act, she removed the concept of death from the lands between, while also commanding total control of death through her shadow, who could deliver it at her whim. Now, some of you might be asking, if death is removed from the
Turtle.
lands between,
Don't
how
hurt
come
the
I can
turtle.
kill this dog? First off,
dog.
shame on you. Second, from a lore point of view, that dog isn't really dead. It's simply in the process of its spirit or its soul returning to the Erd Tree. Catacomb dungeons, for example, are specifically constructed near the roots of the Great Tree for this reason, so that the Erd Tree can reabsorb their ashes back into it. This process replaced the concept of a death that you were destined to have. But this random spirit outside of a catacomb dungeon says it best.
Hi, Stoner. I'm good. How are you?
As another example of this theory, when you kill a major boss, you receive a remembrance of them.
I got that.
These are spirits, and they are hewn into the Erd Tree. In this way, thanks to the Erd Tree's grace, their spirits are immortalized, in a sense. This new form of death also explains what's happening when you summon spirits.
From ash and return to the Erd Tree.
However, some spirits never return to the Erd Tree, and they rise within death as corpses or skeletons instead. So this was the new order, and it's important to stress that it was in this moment, when the rune of death was removed, when destined death was taken, this is when order became the Golden Order.
The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
Specifically, this was Marika's Golden Order. So not only did she become a god and a vessel for the Elden Ring, she became renowned as Marika the Eternal for her removal of destined death. It was a huge part of her character and her reign as well. However, Marika had more than just death to conquer. She had wars to fight, as the world was occupied by many forces that could threaten her Golden Order. There was war with the Stormlord, who likely ruled over Stormvale, and there was a war with the Giants, who were masters of a flame that could burn the Erd Tree. There was war with the Ancient Dragons, who incidentally had stones that could twist time and thus slay a god. And finally, there was war brewing with the Carrion Royalty, who had previously obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order. Thus, sort of similar to how the Greater Will needed an Empyrean to enforce its will, Marika herself needed someone to wage war. So, there was to be a husband, a consort, an Elden Lord. The man chosen was Hoarah-Loux, a ferocious warrior who became known as the Lord of the Battlefield. His crown was warranted with strength, and while it was for this strength that Marika married him, he was also required to take a vow to conduct himself as a lord. To suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within, Hoarah-Loux took the beast regent Sarosh upon his back. You'll notice this is another example of a beast being given for the purpose of serving order. Thus, in this moment, he went from being Hoarah-Loux, warrior, to Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, consort to Queen Marika, and a certified demigod. Godfrey and Marika had 3 demigod children together. There was Godwyn the Golden, who you saw being killed in the opening trailer, and there were also the reviled Omen twins, Morgott, who guards the Erd Tree, and Mohg, who became Lord of Blood. You might think that Godric was another demigod child, but he actually wasn't. Instead, he was probably descended from Godwyn. Anyway, we'll talk about the demigods more in detail Godric. In another video, so subscribe for that. But for now, just know that Godfrey and his offspring were the first demigods, henceforth known as the Golden Lineage. In his wars, Godfrey led his 16 Crucible Knights into battle, who were named so for they fought with the primordial powers of the Erd Tree. Their incantations were aspects of the Crucible itself, and they likely fought giants, dragons, the Stormlord, and more to usher in their age, the age of the Erd Tree.
In Marika's own words, "Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my Lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erd Tree."
The Erd Tree would go on to be largely seen as a blessing for all of those in the lands between, especially those close to it in Leyndell, the capital city of the Erd Tree. The tree bestowed blessings. For example, the dew that dropped from its branches were like jewels. It loomed overhead as a constant reminder of order, and its roots reached far and wide, relieving many of the burden of death.
No, you were gonna try
In
rival?
fact, Erd Tree
Okay.
burial was one of the highest honors a hero could receive. One by one, the previous factions of the world fell. The giants were put to the sword, and their
looks like
fell
a
god was
Yeti.
killed by Marika herself. The ancient dragons broke down the walls of Leyndell, but met fierce retaliation. However, I think the House of the Erd Tree encountered the most trouble against the land to their southwest, Leonia. Here, the House of the Moon repelled
House of
their
the Moon.
offensives time and time again. And I mean that literally, because there was not just one, but 2 wars fought here, and in both of these, there was no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon. And I suspect it was probably because of these lobsters. These damn
I hate
things
those
can snipe
fucking
you from like a
things.
mile away, and it's bullshit. Actually, it
Yeah.
was probably because of the Carrion Knights,
He said what I
who,
couldn't.
according to their weapons, were able to wield sorcerous battle skills, and despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle. These enchanted knights were anointed by the Lunar Queen, a young astrologer who went on to establish the House
should
of
try it,
Karia
Smell.
as royalty in this land. With her bewitching lunar
I have,
magic,
yeah. I've
she
played
won
Rivals.
over the Academy of Raya Lucaria,
I'm not good at it.
where glintstone sorcery was studied,
But I play.
and united the Carian royal family and the learned scholars of Raya Lucaria defended their home from the golden aggressors. At the head of this great golden army was Radagon.
A turtle?
Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head
nice
of a
hair.
great golden host. When he met Lady
Nice hair.
Renala in battle,
These 2 champions clashed, fell in love,
Oh, those are the
and
NPCs.
joined their
Oh, okay,
houses.
play
Radagon
with the
once
turtle?
cleansed himself with celestial dew,
I want to be his friend.
repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The order of the Erd Tree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven.
You might think it strange that the Greater Will would permit this union, but it's not too odd, all
This is a
things
good video.
considered. As with most From Software games, sorcery and faith are just 2 sides of the same coin, and both of these powers stem from the cosmos. Radagon and Renala were known to have 3 children together. Lunar Princess Rani, who inherited her mother's propensity
hat. I
for
want her
lunar
hat.
magic, Radan, who took after his father Radagon and would go on to master gravitational magic, and Rykard, who pioneered new hex sorceries and would go on to feed himself to a great serpent.
I want
It
the
follows
princess.
that at some point after this, Marika began to harbor doubts. Doubts about the Golden Order, that she had had a hand in creating.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
And it's at this point
voice
that we
is
should
really
talk
sweet.
about Marika's motivations, her character. This is surely going to be one of those huge
Harvard's
points of
cool. I want
debate
Harvard's so
in the
bad. Can I
coming
get it?
years.
I
but
think you said
for
so,
now,
right?
my working theory is that
Or
she
her hat.
wanted to discover the truth behind order and the truth behind the greater will, and she
want to do my
believed
hands.
that bonds had to be broken so that
Maybe
they
I
could
should
be
say.
better understood. She believed that there was great meaning to be found in hardship.
Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle, unto eternity.
For Lord Godfrey, his struggle ended at the end of his
have to do her quest
campaigns.
line? Okay.
According to his armor, he led the war against the giants, faced the Storm Lord alone, and then there came a moment when his last worthy enemy fell, and it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. In truth, he was robbed of his grace. Then Marika sent him away.
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of
God
thee
damn it, Kiki.
of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die.
This became known as the Long March of the Tarnished, as Godfrey and his tarnished descendants walked away from the lands between. But Queen Marika absolutely had a plan here, that Lord Godfrey and his descendants would one day return stronger, having struggled outside of grace.
Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death.
She's so cool.
Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Soon after, she found a new husband.
Period.
Either that or a new husband was found for her.
Okay.
When Godfrey, first Elden
Thank you,
Lord,
next.
was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title
I know.
of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Rennala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Whatever the case, as a part of this union, Radagon's prior 3 children with Rennala became demigod stepchildren, granted grace thanks to their new
Why do I sound
family
like that?
tree. Rennala was broken by this, and so was her country, Leonia. The Queen's set reads, when Rennala, head of both the Academy of Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him. And then those at the Academy realized that Rennala was no champion after all. In the wake of Radagon's betrayal and Rennala's poor judgment, Leonia struggled with civil war, with the Academy of Raya Lucaria on one side and the Carian royals on the other. And it's here, during the age of the Erdtree, that Luna Princess Rani, daughter of Rennala and Radagon,
She's got 2
stole
faces.
a fragment of the Rune of Death.
It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before
Yeah,
the
she has
shattering of
four
the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade.
As mentioned previously, Malekith was Marika's shadow, and he had sealed destined death in a black blade. Then
That's
a
a cool
fragment,
blade.
only a fragment, of this Rune of Death was stolen. And once this happened, Malekith went a step further in protecting destined death. He bound the blade within his own flesh,
Oh, God.
such that none might rob death ever again. It was too late, however. This fragment of the Rune of Death was used immediately, that night, to kill a demigod, Marika's own son, Godwyn the Golden.
That was the first recorded death of a
Metal-
demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering.
Now, there is a lot of really credible evidence that Marika was behind this plot to have a fragment of the Rune
you
of
just
Death
make that? Thank
stolen.
you.
There's also a ton of evidence that Marika is behind the entirety of your Tarnished quest, but we'll talk about that in another video. For now, all you really need to know, in terms of the timeline at least, is this. After the marriage of Marika and Radagon, and after a fragment of the Rune of Death was stolen, Marika went on to shatter the Elden Ring, and Radagon attempted to repair it, to no avail. The Elden Ring had been broken into runes, some great and some small.
Everybody
Now
has
it's
braids.
said that Lord Radagon
I live for
harbored
that.
a secret. A famed
very Game of
sculptor
Thrones.
of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet.
I want to do that.
And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
Of course, the huge twist in Elden Ring is that Radagon is Marika, or depending on what you believe, he became her, for she knew it was going to happen.
In Marika's own words, O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
You can tell when
I already
From
made that
Software
joke,
is
Kikyo.
keeping something a little bit open-ended, and of everything in Elden Ring's lore, this will also go on to be one of the biggest unknowns as we move forward. For example,
That's
the
so
wording,
cool.
thou art yet to become me, reinforces that Marika and Radagon were two separate entities before the Shattering. However, in contrast, there is also evidence that Radagon was always part of Marika. For example, Enya says that
The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika.
He's a whole
But how can this be if Radagon married Renala and had those demigod children? The only way that makes sense is if Radagon was always Marika and he just went over there to seduce Renala long ago. I'll present more concrete theories in the future,
Seduction.
but on this matter, the most important thing is, what do you think? While you can figure out a ton of Elden Ring's story, not all of it is open to interpretation. Certain things are, and this is one of them. And your interpretation is a big part of what makes this story special.
That's so cool.
At any rate, the union of Radagon and Marika seems to be a union of two fundamental opposing laws of the Golden Order. We mentioned these laws earlier, actually. There's the law of causality, and Marika is an agent of cause and effect. And there's the law of regression, as Radagon is a character who aspires to be complete and regress together. So I have a theory that forcing these two beings that represent these concepts together would have corrected Marika's deviance. But even so, she was imprisoned in the Erd Tree for the crime of the Shattering.
Marika's trespass
So she's in the tree right
demanded
now?
a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a
put a shirt
god
on.
and the vision's
Listen.
vessel.
The conjoined Radagon and Marika even had two demigod children of their own, Miquella and Malenia. These two children were born afflicted. Miquella was cursed with eternal childhood, and Malenia harbored a horrific rot within. Even so, these two children were both chosen as Empyreans. They were immensely sacred beings and eligible to inherit godhood from the Greater Will. Perhaps the Greater Will was just desperate to find a worthy successor, and indeed in the Shattering War to come, many would try to claim the shards of the Elden Ring, and they would try to take the throne, including, of course, the Tarnished, who returned from their long march at long last, which we'll talk about in the next main lore video. I should probably also mention here that if you become a patron, you'll see upcoming lore videos early, as that's one of the rewards you get if you pledge to the $3 tier. And if you think my channel really adds a lot of value to the Souls games for you to the point where you pledge $20, then in this new tier, you'll receive a new mug every 3 months that has a unique design on it.
All right,
to do
everybody,
with the
pay him
games by
$20.
From Software. There are 4
He
to
deserves
collect.
it. This is a great
the
video.
first one you'll get is inspired by
subscribe.
Dark
I'll do it right
Souls,
now.
then Elden Ring, then Sekiro,
He's
and
cool.
finally Bloodborne. And they all have fantastic art that I worked on with an amazing artist named
Did I
Chu.
write it? No.
But anyway, I figured this
Go off,
is the
King.
right place
Put
to
your bag.
end this video because the information here is going to be overwhelming. I bet it probably was too overwhelming, you know? It took me ages to commit these names and the relationships they had with other characters to memory, so I hope you guys are doing alright. One thing that helped me a lot was that we designed an enormous mind map with pretty much all of Elden Ring's lore, all of its item descriptions, all of its dialogues, all of the relationships between characters that we can think of. We added all of this together and it helped a ton in learning about the story and visualizing it all. And one day I will make this asset available to you all because I think after doing it, I think this is the quintessential way to piece together the story, and I think giving you guys this asset eventually will make that accessible for people. So I'm really excited about that. I want to thank Absa and Zard for accepting the paid task of helping me put all the raw data into this mind map so that I could better understand everything. I want to thank Paragod for fulfilling all of my footage requests and creating so many cinematic scenes for this video and for you all to enjoy. And I last of all want to thank
Well, that
John
answered my
Devlin
question I was
for the
just about to
incredible
ask.
thumbnail.
I
And
was
of
gonna
course,
ask if all those
thank
were,
you for
like,
watching. There are some
in-game
really exciting
cutscenes
things
or
ahead,
something you
and
just, like, put
I
together,
actually
but I
believe
guess
this
they
might
weren't.
be the best story that From Software have ever put together. I just think not only are there so many amazing
Great
item
video.
descriptions, but so many of them
Great
are
video.
impactful. There are so many moments where you
Yes. Next.
The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika.
And he starts off
There was Godwyn,
strong.
Morgoth, Mohg, Radahn, Rykard, Rani, Miquella, and Malenia, Blade of Miquella. Malenia, Blade of Miquella. Malenia, Blade of Miquella. And Malenia, Not again. All of these demigods had fallen from grace by the time the shattering occurred.
Real.
But in this video, I want to mostly talk about the origins of these characters, who these demigods were before the fall. And some of these demigods fell a long way indeed. Before he became this unsightly mess, Godwyn the Golden was quite the heroic figure. He was born of the promising union between Lord Godfrey and Queen
Badass armor.
Marika, and he achieved great renown for his bravery in one of their wars at least, the War of the Ancient Dragons. This war began when Gransax, a great ancient dragon, rained calamity down upon Leyndell, marking the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls had fallen.
Damn.
It's not clear why Gransax first attacked, but fortifying themselves against lightning, the Knights of the Erdtree weathered his assault, and Gransax was defeated.
I don't think that's
However,
the dragon.
this was only the beginning, and a bitter war against the ancient dragons was to follow. During this war, the Erdtree Sentinels had an epiphany that the only way to truly protect the Erdtree was to become dragons themselves. And so,
in the beginning,
despoiling
yeah.
the corpses of their foes, the grotesque sentinels served the Erdtree, but fought with the claws of the enemy instead. In the end, the ancient dragons were routed once again. In a graveyard of swords by the Stormcaller Church, the end of the war is commemorated. Here, we learn that during battle,
okay.
Godwyn the Golden defeated
another dragon that you're
Fortisax,
fighting.
called
That's what
the
I thought.
mightiest dragon
It looks
of them all.
different.
However, he did not kill Fortisax. Instead, he befriended him. And it was in this act that the powers of the ancient dragons truly became a part of Leyndell.
That one's icky.
After all, only
I don't
those
like that one.
loved by dragons can survive the ordeal of cladding their bodies in lightning. So, from an unlikely friendship, an ancient dragon cult was born in the capital city, and the Knights of Leyndell learned to worship the dragons and wield their lightning. Lanciax, sister of Fortisax, even took human form to better commune
Guys,
with the knights.
cosplay?
It was officially decided that the worship of the ancient dragons did not conflict with belief
Yeah, you can
in the
pet it, Toki, go
Erdtree,
ahead.
and it was all thanks to Godwyn, commander of the dragons' golden lightning, and a true child of the
How you doing,
golden
Toki?
lineage. But now, let's talk about Morgott and Mohg, the Omen twins, who were also born of Godfrey and Marika's golden lineage. First, what is an omen? Well, to put it simply, an omen is an accursed child, seen as impure, as they are born with horns on the body and face.
we're
When this
talking about something
happens,
different.
the
I've
correct
seen the
thing
movie
to
The
do,
Omen.
culturally at least, is to cut off the horns of the omen, an act which usually causes them to perish. It's pretty messed up. But some omen do survive this process, and some omen are even given a
bacon
cleaver,
sausage
crafted
roll?
specifically for them
Interesting.
and awarded as a
Sounds good.
tool of war, although these weapons are bestowed with a readiness to take them away. We find one such omen in an Erdtree
Oh,
camp
that's the
upon the
dragons?
Altus
I
Plateau.
see.
Before you fight it, you might have noticed another omen nearby, writhing in its sleep. It's said that omens see evil spirits in their nightmares, and I think this
Real.
omen is dreaming, haunted by the vengeful spirits of its accursed kin. This brings us to the Omen Killers, who are horrifying butchers of twisted conscience. They wear these horned masks that make a mockery of the Omen's nightmares, and these butchers hunt the Omen and amputate their horns. The first Omen Killer was named Rollo, a
You are
famous
nice to me.
perfumer who had to imbibe a physic to rid himself of emotion so that he could
place is
better
pretty.
perform his tasks. Remember, it seems many omen have their horns excised when
Where'd you
they're
get
very
snow?
young. That's definitely disturbing enough to warrant an emotion-killing physic in my book. However, if the omen is born of royalty, then their horns are not cut off, but the omen is kept underground, unbeknownst to anyone, and imprisoned for eternity. By way of example, you would have seen all kinds of omen confined to the sewers beneath Leyndell. But why are omen considered to be accursed in the first place? Some of them are clearly intelligent, so what's inherently wrong with being born with horns and great strength? Well, it's important to remember, I think, that this curse might only really exist in the context of the
There's a
Golden
crack in the
Order.
tree.
After all, those afflicted with
Hi, JD,
omen
good
horns
answer.
are not able to return to the Erdtree for rebirth, and are said to be born outside of its grace. But why does the Golden Order disavow the omen, then? Well, it's hard to say for sure, but my working theory is that it's to do with the Crucible. According to this ancient incantation,
What's wrong on
horns were
stream
once an
too?
aspect of the
What?
Erd Tree's primordial crucible, where all life was once blended together. And with the
mean,
exception of
what's
a couple
wrong?
of Crucible Knights in and around Leyndell, we know that the Golden Order has started to distance itself from most things that touch upon the
Is that
Crucible.
the guy from Family Guy?
While
by the
things
way?
like horns, knots, feathers, and scales once grew on the human body and were considered signifiers of the divine, now they are disdained as impurities as civilization has advanced. We learn this from the knot, scale, and feather talismans, all of which are guarded by omen or dropped by omen killers, no less. Unfortunately for the Order of the Erd Tree, these once divine impurities seem to crop up in some births, whether they like it or not. Almost like it's a genetic trait, as if it touches upon the crucible at the root of the Erd Tree. And so you have to ask, is it really a curse to be born as a graceless
He's
omen?
red.
Well, as with most curses in these games, I think that depends on your perspective. In any case, Mohg and Morgoth were omen royalty, and thus they were born into a wretched mire far below the earth, horns and all. Here they were kept under the strictest confinement. Each of them were bound with charmed shackles that were covered in roots or thorns
hate that thing.
and bathed in golden magic. It seems very few people were supposed to know that they even existed. Morgoth, for his part, renounced and despised his accursed omen blood.
Wait, that's cool.
But his brother Mohg embraced it. Deep underground, Mohg stood before an outer god, a being called the Formless Mother, who craves wounds, a being capable of bestowing power upon accursed blood. In this moment, Mohg's accursed blood erupted with fire, and he became besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Here, deep below the earth, he would go on to build a dynasty of blood in reverence of a mother.
Dynasty? I like the way he says
Something
it.
it seems he never truly had. As for Morgoth, he was born into the same accursed fate as his twin brother, but despite not being blessed with grace, he loved the Erd Tree all the same, and even took it upon himself to crawl out of the sewers and become the Erd Tree's protector when the Erd Tree needed him most. In the end, he rightfully became the Omen King and Lord of Leyndell. Omen or not, he was, after all, born of
Tootsie.
Godfrey and Marika's golden lineage.
You killed him? Why
Of
would you
course,
do that?
the marriage between Godfrey and Marika would be ended, and before long, Marika remarried with
This
another
bitch,
man,
she's just
a
hoeing
champion
around.
named Radagon,
She's
who
marrying every guy
Marika
she sees.
calls her other half. He became second Elden Lord and the king consort,
Jesus Christ.
but he also brought with him 3 children from a previous marriage that he had with a Carian queen named Renala. These children were Rani, Rykard, and Radahn, and they all became demigod
Nobody thought
stepchildren
Stormville
after
is
Radagon's
Shadowverse?
reunion with Queen Marika.
Okay.
Possessed of his father's flaming red hair, Radahn was fond of its heroic implications and considered himself to be born of a great champion. Yet he also looked up to another man, Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, Queen Marika's first husband and the Lord of the Battlefield. But Radahn wasn't just the son of Radagon and an aspiring Lord of the Battlefield, he was also the son of
So you mean he's
Renala,
gonna be
who
harder
was
the
head
next
of
fight?
the
Is that what you're
Academy
trying to
of
say?
Raya Lucaria and Queen of Caria. So as a Carian royal, inclined towards
kinda like her
sorcery,
hat.
Radahn bent his will towards mastering
like her.
gravitational magics. Rock sling, gravity well, collapsing stars.
Did you
These
see that?
techniques were taught
The
to him
skull?
in Celia, the town of sorcery, all so he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed.
Oh.
That said, before long, his powers would be put towards a more cosmic purpose than simply allowing him to ride his own horse. Radahn was taught gravitational magic
the
by
shadow
an
you're in.
Alabaster Lord, a member of a race of ancients with skin of stone
some
who
pants.
was said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. And when his lessons were complete,
I'm gonna have
Radahn
to,
uttered
yeah.
these chilling words.
Probably do it on
Thank you for
Sunday.
your tutelage. For now, I can challenge the stars.
And of course, he did conquer the stars, and the very constellations would be halted by his strength. But of course, you kind of have to ask, why? Why was it necessary to conquer the stars in the first place? Well, I have a couple of theories. Theory 1 is that it was done in self-defense. After all, according to the Sword Gravestone, Radahn was protecting Celia. What's more, gravitational magic has destructive power, and many gravitational beasts are proof of that destructive
What
power.
is that?
A being named Astel had even come down to the Lands Between in the past and destroyed a place called the Eternal City. What's more, Sellians are descendants of the Eternal, positioned right above the Eternal City underground, so there is an argument to be made for Radahn purely defending Sellia for some reason here. But it's possible for Radahn to have fought in this conflict and
Hi,
to have
Dini.
made the first move as
Welcome.
well. So this is theory 2, that Radahn conquered the stars as a preventative measure in service to the greater will. According to a set of astrologer items, the night sky cradles fate. There's even a banished sect of people called the Nox, who live deep below the earth in eternal anticipation of the coming age of stars and their Lord of Night.
Is that?
Long ago, these people invoked the ire of the greater will.
I'm just watching
it would
a
make
video.
sense that those in service to the greater
No.
will might have sought to arrest the stars and put an end to this fate. What's more, Radahn was just a huge fanboy of Godfrey, and he seems to have more loyalty to the Erd Tree than to the moon. Finally, the telescope item description says that the fate once writ in the night skies had been fettered by the Golden Order, so surely this is referencing Radahn's actions, and it levels the blame at the Golden Order. But putting Radahn's motivations aside, it's a fact that the stars were held back, and that this had great consequences for many, especially for the rest of his Carian royal family.
Let me explain. The fate of the Carian royal family is guided by the stars, as is the fate of Lady Rani, first heir in the Carian royal line. But General Radahn is the conqueror of the stars, who stood up to the swirling constellations, halting their movement in a smashing victory. And so, if General Radahn were defeated, the stars would once again resume their movement, as would Lady Rani's destiny.
Lunar Princess Rani was the daughter of Radagon and Renala, and sister to Radahn. Interestingly, if you look at her true body atop the Divine Tower, it looks like she might have also inherited the red hair of
What the hell?
Radagon. Cool detail. But unlike her brother, Radahn,
I mean, a
she
tower
quite
lore
clearly
video
took
Destiny
after her
2.
mother more,
Jesus.
who was Renala, head of the
Oh,
Carian
damn.
royal family. The House of Caria has
love lore
this
videos.
storied history, one that seems to go way
I
back
used to watch game
to
theory
the
videos
astrologers.
daily.
In the Carian Manor, we find one of their treasures,
miss you, Matt
the
Pat.
Sword of Night and Flame. It reads, astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. Renala herself was an astrologer, always chasing the stars in her youth. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen, establishing the House of Caria as
Not a
royal.
king.
Caria appears to have a
Pretty good.
matriarchal hierarchy, with multiple princesses and Carian
What a
knights that
memory.
serve as their retainers. Now, however, there is only one princess, Rani, daughter of Renala. And at the time of her birth, she would have been set to
She's
inherit
so
quite a lot
pretty.
of power indeed, for the Carian royal family was at its height, and her mother was not only queen, she was also head of the
She's very
Academy
pretty,
of
yeah.
Raya Lucaria, having bewitched them with the enchanting power of the full moon. Leading the young Rani by the hand, Renala guided her daughter to a meeting with a moon of her own. What Rani beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in
I
occult
could see it.
mystery. A dark moon, a sort of twin to Renala's own full moon. You can even see both of these hanging in the sky if you stargaze from the heights of the Moonlight Plateau. Another who guided Rani was a character called the Snowy Crone, who the young Rani encountered
Is this
deep
her
in the
quest?
woods. When you look at Rani, it's actually the likeness of this snow witch that you're seeing, as the doll that now houses Rani's soul was modeled after her, probably as a sign of respect. Clearly, Rani looked up to this mysterious woman. She became Rani's secret mentor, and she even knew about the Dark Moon, teaching the young Rani to fear it as she imparted her cold sorceries. So, what do these moons represent?
jeez.
It's just a theory,
fight
but
her.
I think the moons kind of act as guides. The lost black moon of Noxtella, for example, was the guide of countless stars. What's more, Rani and Renala were heavily influenced by their moons. Renala's moon bewitched the academy that she
that's
became
so
the head
cool.
of, and Rani's dark moon, for its part, also imparts wisdom and leads a voyage in the Age of Stars ending. They could even be outer gods. And yet, for all of this guidance, Caria and Leonia as a whole have experienced steep decline. Radagon betrayed the House of the Moon. Radahn locked the stars out of motion. The Academy town is flooded to the north. Caria has been ruined in the west, and the stars and moon have gone their separate ways. Nevertheless, Rani, last princess of Caria, remains, carefully setting new plans into motion. Sibling to Rani and Radahn was a man named Rykard, who was lord of the Volcano Manor. There is evidence that Rykard was friendly with his siblings. He conspired with his sister Rani later on, and there's even a portrait of Radahn hung in the Volcano Manor.
A Volcano Manor? Wait, that's cool.
Of Rykard himself before the fall. Item descriptions mark Rykard as stern, ambitious, heroic, and blasphemous. A part of this blasphemy was opposing the Erd Tree, which actually drew many knights to his banner, for Rykard believed in taking by force, just as the gods did, and clearly many believed that he would usher in a new age. The armor set of the Gelmir Knights reveals to us what were once very loyal soldiers. The crest of red feathers are there to symbolize Rykard's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son, and the emblem upon their chest piece represents a lord who had lofty ambitions. However, as Rykard delved into the ancient secrets of Mount Gelmir, he came across the immortal Great Serpent, an ancient deity that aligned with Rykard's ambitions. And so, Rykard fed himself to the Great Serpent so that he might devour, grow, and live eternally. Alas, this was too much for his knights, and they believed that their master's heroic ambitions had degenerated into mere greed. So they searched desperately for a weapon with which they might halt their lord, and they found it too. The immortal serpent had lived for a long time, and so there was also a weapon to kill it that had been designed long ago as well, a serpent hunter. But it was too late. As the lord lost his dignity, so too did the knights lose their master. Not that it bothered Rykard.
Somebody died over there. Real. That's real.
Next, we need to discuss Melania and Miquella. These two were twins as they were born.
Ew.
No, Rykard, please. Anyway, as you know, Radagon's marriage with Renala did not last. Afterwards, he returned to the Golden Order and became Queen Marika's consort. But what I haven't yet mentioned is that, together, they were blessed with two demigod children, the so-called twin prodigies. Now, in the last lore video, I briefly proposed that these two twins were born after the Shattering, after Radagon and Marika had merged together to become a single god. However, I've since changed my mind. I think Melania and Miquella were clearly born before the Shattering. There's just so much proof that these two twins were a force that were influencing the world long before the Shattering took place. Anyway, both of these twins were born afflicted. Specifically, in the Japanese text, it's said that their births were vulnerable. Miquella was born afflicted with eternal youth, and Melania, for her part, was vulnerable to rot.
Ew.
Interestingly, Melania's scarlet rot is actually an outer god. This outer god, like many others in the game, seems to have an order that is able to be imposed upon the world via an Empyrean vessel, and Melania was that vessel. And while the scarlet rot is pretty terrible, you can sort of argue that it's got a beauty to it. According to Gowry, the order of rot is resplendent. It's a cycle of death and rebirth. Kind of like the lotus flower, which is a flower that blooms anew, beautiful and fresh from mud. I actually have art of this flower hanging in my home. I always love the symbol of it. I actually have lots of art hanging
that's
now.
Really
I'm
pretty.
going to talk about all of this artwork that you can buy at the end of the video. Anyway, so Melania the Empyrean was vulnerable to and afflicted by the scarlet rot. There was said to be no cure to this, and while fire and consecration seemed to be somewhat effective at warding it off, Millennia would slowly lose her physical self to the rot.
Never mind.
Interestingly, old legends of the Scarlet Rot have persisted in the world for generations, and we learn more about the Rot God from the Blue Dancer charm. The dancer in blue represents a fairy who, in legend, bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. Specifically, this god was long ago sealed away in the stagnant water that is downstream of the Ainsel River underground. And wherever rot appears, the kindred of rot appear as well.
Ew.
These are pests,
Ow.
servants
Ow.
of the rot.
Ow.
And
Ow.
now, in the current age, these are servants that have been forsaken
hate
by
bugs.
Millennia, who is their new goddess. So, this blind swordsman with the flowing curved sword actually went on to become Millennia's mentor. So technically it's him that we have to blame.
So is this all like the main game? None of this is the
Wearer
DLC?
heirloom tells us more. A talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale. Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. Millennia's ridiculous attack is called the Waterfowl Dance, and aesthetically it makes sense that, flowing waters would counter the effects of rot. For just as still waters turn foul, stagnation turns to decay. Thus, warriors must remain ever drifting. And indeed, Millennia does resist the call of the rot. There's a lot of evidence that she's not really a willing vessel, but through sheer will and sense of self,
It is really pretty,
she
yeah.
resists the rot. And only when she is truly pressed in battle will she abandon this will and bloom into the goddess within. Millennia's first bloom was during her fight against Radahn, and releasing her scarlet rot was a last-ditch effort that would forever taint the land of Caelid and cripple Radahn. So, whatever she was fighting for in this fight against Radahn, somehow it was worth this terrible act. In general terms, at least, it's clear that Millennia was fighting for her brother. Apart from the times where she relapses into being the goddess of rot, she is known as the Blade of Miquella. She actually goes to great lengths to tell you this. I don't know if you heard. Despite being the toughest boss in From Software history,
Oh my God.
she's actually fighting for his
No.
right to godhood,
Don't tell me
not
that.
her own. In Millennia's own words, her brother Miquella possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god.
wanna
He
fight
is
her.
the most fearsome Empyrean of all.
She's gonna kick my ass.
For his part, Miquella did a lot to earn his sister's dedication, not the least of which was inspiring her armor and a prosthetic of unalloyed gold. And it's not just his sister that loved Miquella, many people did. The Bewitching Branch is an item that you can use to turn enemies into temporary allies, and it reads, "Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection." For his father Radagon, Miquella fashioned and gifted to him a
That was really cool.
fundamentalist incantation called Triple Rings of Light. Radagon then
I can
returns
fix
the
it.
favor, gifting back an incantation called Radagon's Rings of Light. These interactions show some of Miquella's positive connections
do
with
that.
his father and also Golden Order
I am an
fundamentalism.
astrologer after all.
And yet, the young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Millennia's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed
Golden
gold.
Tootsies?
So,
Get outta here.
what is unalloyed gold? Well, an alloy is a composition of metals, so unalloyed gold is pure gold, essentially, with no external mixtures. This gold apparently can ward away the meddling of outer gods, and so Miquella bent a lot of his efforts towards creating an unalloyed gold needle. Specifically, this needle was crafted for his sister, to ward off the rot god and forestall the effects of the incurable rotting sickness. We see the bond between the siblings as well when we visit Miquella's Halig tree. We see a statue of a one-armed woman embracing a child, Miquella. In this place, we see the biggest example of Miquella's benevolence, the Halig tree, and the society that was built into the brace that supports it. This was a promised land, seen as a salvation to many who were shunned or persecuted, provided that they can actually find the path here, of course. And like many other Empyreans, Miquella seems to have had the will within them to create a new order, and his is an order that's somewhat modeled on the ones that came before it. The biggest thing is that the Halig tree is clearly inspired by the Erd tree. But the difference is that Miquella's
That's
Halig tree
pretty.
is said to be
there's
accepting
Bryce
of
there.
all, even those the Erd tree shuns. Miquella himself was once embedded inside of the Halig tree, and he watered it with his very own blood since it was a mere sapling.
God.
Tragically, however, he was ripped out of this womb during the shattering, and his Halig tree ultimately failed to grow into an Erd tree, becoming a misshapen husk instead. But that's the story for another day. There's also a ton of cut content to do with Miquella, and he's one of the most mysterious demigods who I'm
Cut
sure we'll
content?
learn about
Why would
more
they do that?
later. But there is one more thing that I want to mention before I go. It's kind of one theory I had during the making of this video. So, Miquella and Malenia each have their own butterflies. Malenia's is the Aeonian butterfly, which inhabit the swamp of Aeonia and are rumored to come from the wings of the rot goddess herself. And I think it's fair to say that Miquella's butterfly is the nascent butterfly, which appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. This is a reference to Miquella's eternal youth and his cocoon in the Halig tree. But there is, of course, a third butterfly, right? There's the smoldering butterfly. It's said to be an eternally burning butterfly that serves as kindling. Now bear with me, but it's my theory that this butterfly is a reference to Melina, who the Blade of Calling calls the kindling maiden and the one who walks alongside flame. This might suggest that Melina is a sibling to Malenia and Miquella. Again,
You're on
that's
fire.
just a theory, but what I really want to talk about here is that, at the very least, Melina is almost certainly the daughter of Marika. We learned this a long time ago from looking at her name in the game's files, and we can further infer it from her dialogue, as she has a few lines that refer to mothers and one that says that she was born inside the Erd tree. So, her being the daughter of Marika is also just a theory, but this one is much more concrete than the butterfly one. Although the reason I like the butterfly theory is that it gives us a hint as to who Melina's parents might have been. Her parents would have been Radagon and Marika, which is to say, Marika herself alone, I guess, because Radagon is Marika. Honestly, Melina as a character has only become more mysterious since the game was released, and I'm really only scratching the surface with this theory. But speaking of times before Elden Ring was released, back then, a long time ago, I commissioned this piece from a renowned artist named Marco, and now I'm so excited to reveal it for the first time. This storybook scene is heavily inspired by the early looks we had at Elden Ring, with a red-haired protagonist, spirit companions, a mount that looks like Yakul and a bit like Torrent, and a few other hidden details in the piece. This piece and all of my other prints are now available over at Spring, where you can actually buy them fully
that's
framed
sick.
and ready to hang. They
Wait a
actually
minute.
ship with a beautiful frame. The
Wait a
frame
minute.
itself is a nice black satin finish, and you can even opt for a white border around the print, which I think looks really classy in certain cases. I think these posters are a cool way to support the channel and artists, and for you to actually get something
That's meant
in
to
return
be
that
good.
will make your room look better. So check out my prints if you're interested, but this is the end, and thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.
No, thank you. Alright, hang on, last one.
So you've become the Elden Lord.
This one's an hour.
It was
Alright,
Radagon,
everybody,
and
fucking
before him,
buckle
it was
up.
Godfrey, who items call the first Elden Lord. And yet, even before Godfrey, there was another, Placidusax, an ancient dragon who ruled as Elden Lord in the prehistoric age before the Erd Tree. It's him and his
I'm
kin
about to make
that
dinner.
you're going to be learning about
Enjoy.
in this video. But to quickly summarize, first there were the ancient dragons.
I think this one's a bit quieter.
Had these stone scales that could twist time,
Yes, it is.
making them essentially immortal. And yet some ancient dragons can be found dead, buried in the rocks of Farum Azula, which twists and crumbles in an eternal storm. On the ground, their descendants roam the lands between without the stone scales of their ancestors, and instead of stone scales, they've inherited aspects of their
I'll tell you.
environments. The ice dragons
Go
roam
ahead,
the
dude.
icy mountaintops. The glintstone dragons feasted on sorcerers. One's hatred was so strong that he even endured the Scarlet
Ooh,
Rot
that's a
in
cool dragon.
Caelid. And it's here in Caelid that Grail, mother of all the mortal dragons, lies dying. There's a lot to talk about. This is the story of Elden Ring's dragons.
Chapter 1! Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Many item descriptions note that the age of the ancient dragons was prehistoric, and I think that's an important word because it might explain why Godfrey's recorded title is the First Elden Lord, even though he's not. Placidusax is. The word prehistoric denotes a period of time before written history, and while there are spoken legends from this time, I think what they're trying to get across is that the Elden Lord before Godfrey wouldn't be well known. This was before the Age of the Erdtree after all, and the Erdtree would eventually come to be considered perfect and eternal. So the idea that there might have even been an Elden Lord that came before could have been considered irrelevant at best and sacrilegious, I think, at worst. But what really is an Elden Lord, and why was Placidusax considered one? I feel like the role of Elden Lord can be roughly narrowed down to three things. You are made eligible by A, your strength, B, your validity as a consort, and or C, your willingness to bring about a new age or order. Specifically, the Elden Lord is tasked with bringing about the Greater Will's order, one built around the Elden Ring that it sent here long ago, hence the name Elden Lord. Sounds simple, but then remember, the nature of the Greater Will's order can vary wildly, as is shown by all who come to champion it over the ages. The Greater Will's order is malleable enough that it can even accept a number of endings that our Tarnished brings about, where the Elden Ring is mended by runes that will dramatically redefine the world.
That's cool as hell.
So it is that our role as a Tarnished is actually pretty unique, as our primary goal now is to reunite the broken shards of the Elden Ring. With Marika, the god that is the vessel of the Elden Ring, locked away inside the Erdtree, it's not up to her to will a new age into being, it's up to us, and we have to gather the great runes to do this. So it is that in most endings, you ascend the throne as Elden Lord alone, without a god or living consort by your side. Instead, your crumbling god is a vessel for your Elden Ring, and not much more. But previously, it seems an Elden Lord was chosen by their god, chosen for their strength, chosen to sire a lineage, chosen for their usefulness to their god's order. So it was that Hoarah was chosen to be the Elden Lord as the Age of the Erdtree began. He defeated Marika's enemies, he sired the golden lineage, and then was discarded in favor of Radagon, an Elden Lord who betrayed Marika's enemies and sired more demigod children with her before being shattered alongside his god.
Danny's making food,
And since
they'll
we
be
don't
back,
actually
don't
know much about Placidusax's god, we rely on Hoarah and Radagon and Marika as well to teach us the things that we should assume would have been traditionally true about her. So it is that Placidusax's god likely chose him as Elden Lord because Placidusax was powerful, politically expedient, loyal, and or perhaps a valid consort. And speaking of Elden Lords being consorts, it's certainly possible that Placidusax consorted with his god, but I don't think that means that all or any of the ancient dragons would have been the result of that union. In fact, as noted by Zully the Witch, the heads of Placidusax are different and are labeled as male and female respectively, so who's to say Placidusax didn't spawn their own ancient dragons? Whatever the case, the ancient dragons were exceptionally loyal to their lord, and multiple item descriptions state that the ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erdtree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. This is why the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections, and indeed we commonly see dragons on shields and on damage reduction talismans. But even without his kin laying down their lives to protect him, Placidusax is intensely powerful in their own right. In fact, I'd say that Placidusax was likely chosen as Elden Lord for their strength in battle. And the physical evidence of battle is all there. Their form is severely scarred, and even his heads have been severed in unknown fights, I think it's fair to speculate that Placidusax put their life on the line for their god, just as Elden Lords would do for their gods in years to come, and just as his ancient dragons did for him. But what exactly is an ancient dragon? To help us distinguish between all of the dragons in the game, it's important to note that not all dragons in Elden Ring are of the ancient variety. Most are actually lesser
That's not the one that I'm fighting
like
right now?
these. Though they're all descended from
You're
the
doing
same
good.
stock, ancient dragons specifically are characterized by their mastery of red lightning, as well as their 4 wings, 4 limbs, and stone scales. These stone scales are perhaps their most defining characteristic. You would have found these stone scales in your playthrough. They would have been looted as gravel stones, which are said to be the scales of the ancient dragons. These gravel stones can be used to craft dragon wound grease, a weapon buff that increases the damage you deal to dragons.
I need that
It reads,
one.
when the dragons were born from their ancient kin, they lost their stone scales, which can now be used to cause them mortal harm. Talk about insult to injury. So just like in Dark Souls, it's these stone scales that gave the ancient dragons their signature immortality. And as further evidence for that fact, consider the Dragon King's Cragblade, which reveals that today's dual-winged, 2-legged dragons are considered paltry and mortal, again confirming that the ancient dragons were immortal by way of comparison. But why are they immortal? Well, the mechanism behind this immortality is revealed by the ancient dragon smithing stone's description, which marks it as a golden gravel stone and a scale of the ancient dragon lord. Most importantly though, it reads, this stone lightly twists time. Therefore, it's Placidusax's very scales, and likely also those of his kin, that have time-twisting properties, explaining the ancient dragon's longevity. It seems they're immune to the effects of time. This also explains why Placidusax's Old Lord's talisman messes with time, lengthening the duration of sorceries and incantations in the hands of the tarnished. Most interesting,
That's so
though, is that
cool.
the smithing stone goes on to state that it allows for the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. Presumably, this is because of the scale's time-twisting abilities, which I theorize might help to sort of undo the god that gets smacked with this from existing in the first place. Maybe time undoes them in that way, or perhaps it speeds up their eventual irrelevancy over time.
I know that one's
It's really
gonna
fitting
suck.
that a god would be weak to time and nothing else, really. Now, scales twisting time is one thing, but all of Farum Azula seems to exist outside of time to some extent. There is no day and night cycle.
Why is there
here,
always
for
tornadoes?
example, and this time-twisting effect is particularly
that?
strong in Placidusax's arena, which you access by lying down at the very edge of his storm. In a way, you kind of become a part of the environment here in this moment, as the space you're lying in is actually a shallow grave meant for entombment. It's just missing a skeleton, whereas the other graves have them. And now that you're part of Farum Azula itself, time stops, then actually begins to bring you backwards in time, with the repairing ruins to Placidusax's Forum, where the Dragon Lord once dwelled eternally beyond time. So, time is extremely convoluted in Placidusax's arena. And I say this because it's here, in the heart of the storm beyond time, that you're able to use an item called Miquella's Needle, which is one of the unalloyed
That's
gold
so cool.
needles that Miquella crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. Now, currently, this needle is only a temporary solution. It only wards off the outer god's influence. It doesn't cure one of it, as Melania is evidence of. Indeed, the final silver version of the needle reveals that the needle is still, as yet, unfinished.
Kikyo,
and can
have
only
you gotten
be
to that
used
boss
in
yet?
the heart of the storm beyond time, said to be found in Farum Azula. It's here alone that the needle does finally function fully, removing the entire influence of the outer
boss are you
god
at?
in your body. Miquella originally intended to use this needle to repel the outer god of rot within his sister, but here if you're locked into the Lord of Frenzied Flame ending, you can use the needle to cheat fate and undo the Frenzy God's influence instead. This reveals that the final missing component of the needle is time. It just needs this final time-twisting effect to be complete. So, as with the smithing stones we just mentioned, perhaps you are inserting the needle at a point before the outer god's influence existed upon you. Or perhaps the gods are simply, again, weak to time's effects. I wonder if Miquella knew this. I wonder if he knew that time twisting was what was needed to complete the needle. And I wonder if he even realized that this is a place you could come to do that.
You're smart.
Anyway, the one weird thing about Miquella's needle is that you can use it in Placidusax's arena even though he's dead, raising the question, hang on, if it's Placidusax's scales that twist time, why is it time is being twisted here in a location even without him and his scales present? Now, I do have a theory that might reconcile this issue. Remember how I brought up that time only starts moving backwards when you lie down in a burial space and become a part of the environment? Well, my theory is that what if it's the landmass of Farum Azula itself that also twists time? I think it might be able to do this because the landmass literally has ancient dragons and their time-twisting scales entombed within it. The official art book reveals a ton of these ancient dragons, and indeed, ancient dragons can be found within Farum Azula's geological stratum. I asked data miner Zuli the Witch to take a closer look at these assets, and she discovered that there are 2 variants of these entombed dragons that show up here, 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 and here. So 4 dragons in total that we can see, at least. At first I thought that these might represent Placidusax's missing heads, but the intact variant of the model displays 4 wings and 4 legs, meaning these were entire ancient dragons. That said, they don't look entirely like ancient dragons. In fact, their heads are actually the same as Placidusax's, albeit rendered in a lower level of detail. So, personally, given the information I have, I believe that this suggests that these entombed dragons might be Placidusax's offspring, or kin, perhaps even an older generation of ancient dragon, entombed in a previous geological stratum of Farum Azula's ancient history. So it is that I think you can argue that the landmass of Farum Azula itself can twist time. But additionally, or alternatively, Farum Azula's storm itself might represent this time twisting. Miquella's needle does say that it can only be used in the heart of the storm in Farum Azula, so perhaps Placidusax's golden scales sort of twisted a storm into being, and maybe that storm twists time irrespective of whether Placidusax is alive or not. Also, I really like the idea that twisting storms are a visual representation of the scales that twist time, because the scales do specifically use the word twist in regards to time, so the storm and these twisting hurricanes are so perfect visually for that. But as we move into the next chapter, I want to point out one more interesting thing about these golden scales, and it's that, according to their item descriptions, they're only made into stones after being polished. And thanks to their older item description text in version 1.0 of Elden Ring, we know exactly who it was that polished these stones in the first place. They were refined by sentient beasts that regarded them as holy relics. So it is that we arrive at the Beastmen of Farum Azula, who were the ancient dragon's clergymen, worshippers, and lessers.
Oh my god, that was only chapter 1, let's go! Chapter 2.
There are a few types of Beastmen in Farum Azula, but most wield their signature curved sword, a weapon that is forged from dull iron, but is so well designed that despite its weight, it's comparatively easy to wield for the damage it delivers. This skill in smithing seems to extend to their thrown weapons as well, which boomerang through the air towards you like nothing else in the lands between. As the Beastman Cleaver itself states, it's clear the Beastmen possess knowledge beyond human ken.
That's really fucking sick.
As you start to progress towards the latter half of Farum Azula, you'll start to be assailed by red lightning, wielded by the Beastman clergy. Some warriors even carry weapons blessed with its effects. This is significant because red lightning is explicitly called the weapon wielded by the ancient dragons. Lightning in From Software games has always been a weapon of divinity, and those that wield it are naturally the blessed adherents of that divinity. In this case, the divines were the ancient dragons who wielded this lightning within the storms of Farum Azula. So, for the Beastmen to wield it,
Ew,
the art was
what the
probably
fuck?
taught to them.
That's gross.
For additional context, one of the only other characters who wields a weapon imbued with red lightning is Vike, a tarnished beloved by an ancient dragon. Indeed, certain beastmen were quote-unquote chosen or blessed in a similar way, with the Azula Beastman Spirit Ashes stating that Farum Azula's giant mausoleum was guarded by chosen beastmen who wield weapons
Can I have them as a summon? Wait, that's
For more
cool.
evidence of the Beastmen's reverence of ancient dragons, we can look to the 5 Sites of Grace in Farum Azula that mark different sections of the Dragon Temple, a sprawling place of worship that features multiple statues of beast clergymen bent in reverence towards ancient dragon statues. And the central part of the Dragon Temple is this, the place where you would have
That's cool.
fought the Godskin duo, an altar overshadowed by an enormous dragon skeleton. For reference, these skeletal remains dwarf even Placidusax, and are matched only in size by the dragon Grail and the ancient dragon Gransax, both of whom we'll discuss a little bit later. The Azula Beastman Spirit Ashes state that Farum Azula is said to be the remains of a giant mausoleum enshrining an ancient dragon.
That's gonna be sick. I
Given
need
this
that.
dragon's prominent placement in the Dragon Temple of all places, I actually think the enshrined dragon in question might be this one, though you could certainly make the argument that the enshrined ancient dragon was Placidusax instead. But regardless of exactly what it's enshrining, Farum Azula really is just a huge mausoleum, with burial customs literally around every corner. Considering all the jars in this place, one such type of burial that comes to mind is jar burial, a practice documented in ancient human cultures all across the globe. Now, this practice would show up more explicitly later in Elden Ring's timeline, with the living jars, which are literally filled with the interred remains of powerful warriors. But beyond the powerful funerary imagery in Farum Azula, there's actually no explicit evidence that I can find that suggests actual entombment within these jars. In contrast, the Beastman's jar shield is quite clear that the Beastmen have always fired earthenware jars for the express purpose of making shields.
Now I
The
kind of feel
description
bad for
comments
destroying
that
everyone that I
these ways
see.
are strange.
I didn't know they were graves.
And I feel like I can offer a strange theory here. We know that the Beastmen value golden stone scales, right? And we know that there are literally ancient dragons entombed within the earth of Farum Azula. So what if the Beastmen value the dragon-infused earth for this reason, firing pots from this dragon earth in an initial burial custom, then breaking them to use as sacred shields? We established earlier that the golden-scaled ancient dragons are a symbol of protection, and considering
Four
these
Wings
are
is really cool.
earthenware shields that are flecked with the same golden hue as their scales, I feel like this theory is alright. It's the only way I can rationalize making shields out of pots that are made out of earth, anyway. Somewhat predictably, the Beastmen practice entombment of their own species
What the
as
hell?
well. And I'm not just talking about their gold-adorned tombs, I'm talking about their entombment in the architecture itself as well. The skeletal remains of the Beastmen frequently show up within the architecture of Farum Azula itself. This reminds me of the historical practice of immurement, which was this sort of horrific form of capital punishment, usually, where the subject was entombed in a structure while alive. That said, there are historical examples of immurement being more about human sacrifice, a part of a grand burial ceremony in some cultures, and believed to make buildings sturdier in others. And I feel like it would have been the Beastmen who built the architecture of Farum Azula, not the dragons themselves. It is structured to be a mausoleum, after all, and since it's the Beastmen who revere the ancient dragons, it's naturally the Beastmen who would have occupied the labor roles in society. That said, I guess humans also could have built it, since humans are depicted in the architectural reliefs of Farum Azula. So it stands to reason that humans were a part of this culture as well, even at this early prehistoric period of time, which is kind of crazy considering how much humans contrast with the Beastmen here. As with a lot of the architecture in From Software games, I feel like it would be a bit dishonest of me not to mention that these in particular are reused assets, also present in Bloodborne.
Oh,
so
that's cool.
It's possible that From Software didn't expect us to read into these assets too hard, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that they at least wanted to suggest that there was a human presence in Farum Azula.
Send it to me.
So, not only were humans present, but they were worthy of being enshrined. Who were they? Well, our biggest clues about different types of humans comes from origin text in the character creation screen, and there are two human types in particular that I think might be a match for the humans in these reliefs. First are the Numen. The Numen are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, and the Numen's rune tells us that the Numen are said to have come from outside the lands between. Considering Farum Azula experienced a cultural revolution with the coming of the Greater Will and the Elden Ring, which arrived upon an extraterrestrial star, I wouldn't be surprised if Numenoid humans came along for the ride as well. Alternatively, the character creator reveals lore for the stony face of the people of the ancient dragons, among whom life is typically short. It certainly seems to be suggesting that these humans are descended from the ancient dragons. Why else would it note their stony faces or their short lives in contrast to the ancients? As we'll discover later, ancient dragons can turn into humans, so perhaps they intermingled at some point in the past to create these humans. That said, this is all just speculation, and a human presence on Farum Azula is otherwise quite hard to process, considering the beasts are clearly the legacy of Farum Azula. For it was the beasts
I always try
who would
to
gain
romance with
intelligence and shape the world around them,
right there.
not humans. Ancient historians have long speculated that it was the development of long, opposable thumbs that helped facilitate early humans' use of tools. Similarly, in Elden Ring, having 5 fingers is something to be celebrated, as is revealed by the Cincadea, a weapon of the beast clergyman. This item description is one of those ones that is just hugely significant for the lore. The name Cincadea means 5 fingers, and it visually shows 5 skeletal fingers on the blade. The item description goes on to state that the design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. So before there were beastmen, there were simply beasts here, and it was the bestowal of intelligence, which is equated with having 5 fingers, that led to the beast men. This of course begs the question, who or what bestowed intelligence upon the beast men? And luckily it's a simple one to answer. It was the Greater Will. The Greater Will is all about fingers. It speaks through the 2 fingers, it hates if you have 3 fingers, it will tolerate 4 fingers, but 5 is the amount to be celebrated. Or at least, it was long ago. And if this veneration of fingers wasn't enough evidence for you, well, the 1.0 version of the Cincadea literally states that it was the Greater Will who granted the beasts intelligence.
The Burger King guy.
So, that's that. The Greater Will clearly also has a bit of a thing for acting through beasts, Just look at the final boss. It's an Elden beast, one that the Greater Will sent
looks so difficult.
hurtling into the lands between so that it could later become the Elden Ring. And in this prehistoric period, the ancient dragons would be graced by the Greater Will first, with the Beastmen later being granted intelligence as well, all the better to revere the ancient dragons with. According to bestial incantations, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. And having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold. Of course, this is yet another example where the Greater Will takes away wildness or chaos in favor of order. It seems to care little what form that order takes. It only cares that some order takes hold, preferably taking hold with a full 5-fingered fist. In-game, the 5-fingered Cinkadea is wielded by Geraint, the beast clergyman. According to the weapon, it is only given to high-ranking clergymen of Farum Azula, marking Geraint as one of their number. Presumably, this means he is, or was, a clergyman of the ancient dragon faith, before being repurposed by the Greater Will, becoming a shadow for Marika instead. After all, when we encounter him in-game, the age of the ancient dragons has long passed, yet he still achieves relevancy in this age, in yet another subservient role, as is common to all beasts, except this time it's to Marika, and this time he is a shadow of the Empyrean, which is a topic we should touch on next.
Chapter 3, let's go. Hi, Yenso.
We first meet Geraint at the Bestial Sanctum, a place in Caelid that bears a striking resemblance to Farum Azula. There's even a bridge down the way.
Oh my goodness!
With a dragon.
Welcome in, Raiders!
These are no mere ruins.
Hold on!
Fallen from the sky.
Welcome in! Vip, thank you for the raid! Oh my god! Welcome in, everyone! We are watching Elden Ring lore. Hi, Shelby. Hi. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you playing? How was your stream? Oh, you're playing Elden Ring. Oh, see? Elden Ring gang. Let's go. I'm learning about the lore today, and we're gonna do some rune, hunting because I keep dying and I need to level up. How am I doing? I'm doing good. How are you, Shocked? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on. So thank you. I kept dying today too, so I feel this. My goodness. Yesterday, I leveled up one time. Thank you for the follow, everyone. Thank you. Wow, this is very unexpected. Thank you. I literally just started not that long ago. Vibrate, I guess. Yes. Welcome. I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need to raid and dip, I totally understand. If not, we're watching a little movie right now, kind of. Learning some lore. I've seen you in Shelby's stream. She told me you started this game, so let's fucking go. Yes, I've seen you in there as well. I've been hanging out. In there. Be nice to... I'm gonna leave a lurk and have a nice pop in. Yes, please. Lurk away. Hang out. I'm here. How are you? Gorgeous. Oh, thank you for calling me Gorgina. You're so sweet. I'm doing good. How are you, Shelby? I'm fantastic. I'm learning at the moment. But let's carry on and learn some more, so then I can kick butt and know what I'm talking about.
This architecture is intact and must have been built for
Shelby plays Elden Ring too.
At some point after
Shelby's
they
goated.
received intelligence. We'll get into that point
And I bet you
a little
Vip
bit
is
later,
goated too.
but for now, let's focus on Geraint. We first learn about Geraint from his bestial incantations,
Who are we playing for
which
today?
are given to us when we hand him Deathroot. They read,
I'm
long
gonna
ago, Geraint was a beast of such
I was fighting a
terrifying ferocity
dragon,
that his former name
and
meant
I
death of the
was also
demigods.
trying to fight the
This
tree
former
sentinel.
name in question
I got my
was
butt kicked.
Malakath, a new name to suit his new purpose, which was to seal away
I
the
might
rune
spoil
of
the
destined
game.
death.
That's okay. I'm gonna
for
forget
Marika,
probably most of
who
it.
was
I just
his
want to know what I'm
Imperium.
talking about.
So first he was Geraint.
But
Then,
thank you.
as the age of the
The
ancient
tree guy,
dragons
yeah.
ended,
Frick that
and
guy.
Marika became
Real.
a force in the world, Geraint became known
Remember
as
telling me.
Malakath instead, who
For
was, and I quote, a shadow-bound beast given to his Imperium who was Marika.
Thank you, Shaw.
Marika had one job for
Or do you
Malekith,
prefer duck?
and that was
Whichever.
to lock away destined death. To a degree, he fails at this task, and a fragment of destined death is stolen, becoming the death root that spreads throughout the lands. So it is
Oh my
that
God,
Geraint
yeah.
has
I
returned
got, like,
to the
this
lands
close to
between
killing
now,
him,
trying
and then I kept
desperately
dying.
to scrape together all the death root in the world.
But I'm
the
pretty
Beast
far.
Claw incantation talks about his present
I was just doing that to
identity, as this spell
level up,
represents
and I
the
could not.
fury of Geraint. His bestial nature returned as much as it does his restless agitation.
I have to go for him. Oh my
But after
gosh, please
realizing
get
his
some
mission
sleep. Thank you
is
for
impossible,
coming in and hanging out
Geraint
for the raid.
pieces
I
out,
appreciate it.
And then we're only able to find him in one place alone.
A lot of people
Farum
trying to
Azula,
fight him right
where
off.
he has
Oh, no, no.
ascended with
I
a
didn't.
draconic tree sentinel
I'm like level
as his
30.
defender. Here, he sort of exists outside of time, defending what remains of destined death within his very own flesh.
I also fought the
It's easy to
Burger
get
King
confused
guy.
about when Geraint
but he
exists
scares
in the
me.
game, so apologies
big ol'
for
head.
skipping over
Him
this
and his
topic
siblings.
quickly, but this video is about
28,
dragons
28,
after all, and the main thing I really want to get across here is just how much the beasts have been repurposed to suit the needs of the Greater Will.
Jesus Christ, where did he
First,
come
it
off the
gave them
floor?
intelligence, and then they served the Ancient Dragon's order. But then, when the Ancient Dragon's age ended, beasts like Geraint were given new purpose, commonly as shadowbound entities, compelled to serve
Cool.
order once more. Whatever form their Empyreans
Ooh.
dictated that order should take. The Raging Wolf set states that, according to the old legends, wolves are the shadows of the Empyrean. It's certainly possible that this legend originated in Farum Azula.
Yusuf
There is,
this guy
after
in
all,
Bloodborne?
a statue
Really?
that features
He
three
does have a
wolves
really nice
deferring
voice.
to a human woman.
I've never heard of him before,
It
but
might
I
be
did
a stretch
subscribe.
to assume that this is
I'm gonna be watching
depicting
more.
wolves
I'm a
as
lore girly.
shadows of the Empyrean, but I thought I'd mention it
Ooh,
at least.
send me that one.
Again, in case you've
Yensid.
forgotten,
I'm gonna
an
look that one up.
Empyrean is basically
later.
one of the Greater Will's candidates for godhood. And in Marika and
I want
Rani's
her outfit
case, at
so
least,
bad.
They were granted
I want to
wolves
be
as their shadows.
Princess Rainy?
Wolves
Rani?
who evolved to be
I can't remember how to pronounce
man's
her name.
best friend, as they say,
I want her outfit
are
so bad.
defined as such because of their loyalty. And as stated,
For
by
those
the
who
beast
came in with the raid,
champion
I
Helm,
am
the beasts, their eyes and ears covered,
maining,
represent an oath.
like an
See
astrologer.
nothing, hear nothing,
So I use a lot of
doubt
magic,
nothing,
and I'm doing
carry
dexterity
on
as well.
along the path set in stone. And so it is that
We love a good
Geraint
mage build.
and Blythe are wolves completely loyal to their Empyreans, dedicated
thank you.
to protecting their lords, just like the ancient dragons of old. This loyalty to the Greater Will and
damn.
also their Empyreans causes this fantastic tension within these characters. In the case of Geraint, he was loyal to Marika, but now lives impatiently with this impossible task of having to recover every piece of Deathroot. And in the case of Blythe, his loyalty to Rani eventually forces him to betray the Two Fingers,
Jesus.
in complete defiance of the fate that he was born to. Speaking of which, Blythe is quite unique from Geraint. Unlike
That sword is
Geraint, he has
gigantic.
no apparent ties to Farum Azula. After all, unlike Geraint, he was created to be Rani's Empyrean and grew up with her in a more modern
Rani, okay.
age that was far removed from Farum Azula's. Perhaps this is why Blythe takes on a much more human form. Blythe was created in a much more modern age than the beasts of old, so it seems the Two Fingers skipped a lot of the history and simply created Blythe in a more half-man image, creating him from scratch as opposed to his forebears.
He's kind of cute.
The other beast worth mentioning here is Sarosh, the ethereal beast regent given to Godfrey to weigh down his ceaseless lust for battle. Of course, Godfrey is Elden Lord, not an Empyrean.
It's a
Just
magic
so,
great
Sarosh
sword
is
that has
not
a
a wolf,
specialty
but a lion.
weapon.
Like Geraint,
Harder
he has
Ash
a
of
longer
War that allows
history,
you to
and
inflict
according to the Beast Claw
Ooh.
Great Hammer, he was,
Ooh.
at one point, a
Look at
lord
that.
of beasts, with black nails protruding from golden fur.
Wait, that's
To
cool.
quote the Champion set, beasts are drawn to champions and to lords, and this
He reminds me
holds
of a
true
Guts with the
for the
black
beast
armor
men
from
drawn
Berserk.
to Sarosh, and in the future it would hold true for
could
Sarosh
see it.
himself, a beast that became Lord Godfrey's regent, intended to guide him and his golden lineage. So Sarosh was
She's
drawn
hanging
to
on his
Godfrey
back.
as well.
Belle.
But no matter who the beasts were loyal to, whether it was to their beast lords, or to the ancient dragons, or then Elden lords or Empyreans, throughout all of this, they were always following a deeper loyalty. A loyalty to the greater
Sorry,
will
my cat is meowing.
and its
I'm
ancient
sorry if you can hear him.
Elden
He's
ring.
crazy.
This Elden Ring looks very different. For one,
Yeah, it
it
does.
appears to have many more circlets, many more great runes than the modern Elden Ring. Considering its placement in Farum Azula, a place from long ago, I speculate that this is an ancient variant of the Elden Ring, a depiction of it back during the era of the ancient dragons. What's more, this ancient Elden Ring has what appear to be roots snaking down and descending from it. This is in
I was gonna
contrast
say like
to
a
the
tree, but
modern
not
Elden
snakes,
Ring,
but okay.
which has this latticed pattern instead. The latticed pattern is most commonly seen as a symbol of Radagon,
and here comes
an
the
Elden rune that is
the
visible
monster
on his
himself.
statues and
Anyways.
his scar seal as well. I always thought that the latticed pattern might
buddy.
represent
Wanna come
Radagon's
up and watch
efforts
the
to
video?
sort of stitch the Elden Ring back together when it was shattered, and we'll speculate on what the roots might mean a little bit later as well. As for why the Elden Ring looks different though, well, it makes sense that the Elden Ring would have changed throughout the ages. We know the thing is malleable
I have a cat.
after all. There are examples of runes being taken out of it and put back into it,
Wee-wees.
depending on the specific needs of the god who
Oh,
acts as a vessel for its power, or the needs of the Tarnished who will become Elden Lord via great runes, or even via mending runes. The vessel of the
Can you
Elden
play as
Ring
a skeleton
we
guy?
know in the modern era is Marika. She literally has the Elden Ring entombed within her. But back in the age before the Erd
he's
Tree,
bad.
the Elden Ring would have had a different vessel, a different god, and unfortunately, all we know about them is that they abandoned
armor?
Plagiasax,
That's cool.
who was their Elden Lord. The remembrance of the Dragon Lord reads, "The Dragon Lord, whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time,
I did
is
it.
said to have been Elden Lord in the age before the Erd Tree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return." I'm assuming that his god had a female aspect, considering all the other Empyreans and gods in Elden Ring do. So it is that when we find Plagiasax, he is in a state of eternal maidenlessness. And who knows how long Plagiasax has been waiting for his god to return. In fact, one community theory I love that I've seen put
love
forward a
theories.
few times
Where you going?
is that
Alright.
Plagiasax's pose is similar to that of the Two Fingers
Oh, I didn't even
after
think
you were
about that. That's a good
rejected
idea.
by the Erd Tree. In case you forgot, it's at this stage
We did
that
see this already.
Enya says the
And
Two
we met
Fingers
Granny.
have taken up this pose
We met
because
Granny
they're
twice.
busy consulting with the Greater Will. Just so, the same might be true of Plagiasax, who has also been spurned by his god and the Greater Will, and is trying, perhaps, to commune with them. To take this analogy further,
Okay, hold on one second. So, you guys know that thing that I have that like makes me turn into like whatever. Please don't bite me. Makes me turn into like whatever's in the room. What if I did it in that room with the Two Fingers? Do you think I would turn into a finger? Or do you think I would turn into the Two Fingers or Granny? Should we try it? I think we should try that before everything else. Sir, what are you doing, Willie?
Plagiasax has
Yeah.
2 heads now, but
Big on.
data recently uncovered by Zully the Witch suggests that he once had 5.
Granny, I hope so.
Not unlike how the 2 fingers
I don't think that's what we're supposed to
assumedly
try.
once
Ah, I
came
hope
from
it-
a
I hope
full
it works.
5-fingered
Like
hand.
in there, yeah.
That said, the old Lord's talisman
try it.
depicts Plagiasax with 4 heads.
Get an
To
achievement.
reconcile this contradiction, maybe we can just think that he had 4 heads when this talisman was made, perhaps?
He's like a child
Anyway,
baby.
not a big deal. What is a big deal is Plagiasax's god, who represents this huge blind spot for us in Elden Ring's lore. We don't know who they were, we don't know what powers they had, and we don't know when or why they left or what age they really wanted to bring about. As such, I'll be calling them the Nameless God from this point forwards. Whoever they were, all we know for certain is that they once saw Placidusax as a valid Elden Lord, so they might have been all about the age of the ancient dragons once. However, I feel like it says more about this god that they fled this age and abandoned their loyal Elden Lord. This reminds me a lot of what Marika did to her Elden Lord, Godfrey, exiling and abandoning him after he had won her wars and outlived his usefulness. Though, at least with Godfrey, Marika had a secret plan for her Elden Lord and his tarnished kin to return. On the other hand, Placidusax was abandoned and has waited for an eternity, only to die at the hands of our tarnished. So, whoever his god was, I feel like they really did abandon him entirely. The Greater Will's gods are the vessels of the Elden Ring, and Placidusax's nameless god, Jumping Ship, with the Elden Ring, would have surely represented an enormous upheaval to what became crumbling Farum Azula. Speaking of which, I still haven't really explained how it became crumbling Farum Azula. Many descriptions state that Farum Azula has been crumbling since time immemorial, and it's for this reason that you can find tiny ruin fragments and enormous ones too, scattered all over the lands between. This is better explained by the description of one such ruin fragment, which was honed into a weapon called the Ruin's Greatsword. This is one of the legendary armaments, originally rubble from a ruin which fell from the sky. The ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite. As such, this weapon harbors its destructive power. So meteorites with destructive power are these purple spells in Elden Ring. And indeed, this weapon's skill is Waves of Destruction, which manifests as purple energy. So a meteorite crashed into Farum Azula, and that meteorite was purple and imbued the ruins with sort of gravitational magic. Beyond that, there's not really much we know about this meteorite. We don't even know if it struck Farum Azula when it was a city on the ground, lifting the city into the sky with gravitational magic, or if it struck Farum Azula while it was already skybound, crashing into the city while it was in midair. So much of Farum Azula's history is hidden from us. This meteorite might even be the same meteorite as others mentioned in Elden Ring's lore, because lots of meteorites have made landfall in the lands between before. Some brought the Onyx Lords, a race of ancients with skin of stone who rose to life when a meteor struck.
This lore is
a creature called Astel
do you have a better one?
Brought himself down on a meteorite and destroyed an entire eternal city. A golden star even once bore the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring into the lands between in the first place. Thus, you could speculate that any one of these, or even a different one entirely, laid waste to Farum Azula.
Have some of the best lore in gaming.
You could even speculate that it was this meteor that imbued Farum Azula's ruins with gravitational energy, lifting it into the sky. Not unlike how the Earth in Limgrave is lifted into the sky after being hit by a meteorite.
But if you have a better one, I'm open.
Similarly, Farum Azula's world was lifted higher into the sky, twisting in place, also thanks to the stone scales of the ancient dragons. Whatever the case, as Farum Azula crumbled and twisted in the sky, ruin fragments rained down upon the entire lands between, some large and some small. Incidentally, these ruin fragments glow with a faint light from within, and are conducive to blessings from the 2 and 3 fingers respectively. That's what warming stones and frenzy flame stones are. They are pieces of ruin fragments imbued with power and light. And this makes a lot of sense because these ruins are a part of the royal city that the Greater Will itself once graced. So naturally, parts of its ruins are very conducive to the effects of the 2 and 3 fingers. Anyway, we don't know many other details behind Farum Azula's ruin, but whatever the case, it's probably fair to say that this meteorite dealt an enormous blow to their culture. It
One
might
thing about
have
Elden
even
Ring lore,
coincided with their god
though
fleeing
a
the
lot
city.
happens before the game starts
Whenever
technically.
this
That's why I
nameless
wanted
god
to
did leave,
like learn about
I
it, was
think it's
because I kind of
important
didn't know what
to
was
speculate
happening
on where
at the beginning.
they went next.
Only for $25. What's $25? Oh, the sub to his Patreon, as you should. Everybody
After the
subscribe to
Age
his
of the
Patreon.
Dragon Lord, the Age of the Erd Tree began. But before the Age of the Erd Tree began, we learned that there was first a crucible of life.
What is that middle one?
Primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. According to Siluria's crucible tree helm, this crucible was the primordial form of the Erd Tree, a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. So, over the next few minutes, I'm going to try and argue that
This place
the
is really
crucible
pretty.
became rooted, quite literally, quite physically, in the great tree roots that we find underneath the lands between. I don't think it's a coincidence that the ancient Elden Ring of Farum Azula is burgeoning with roots. And after Farum Azula's age ended and its god absconded with an Elden Ring that is burgeoning with roots, I don't think it's a coincidence that a primordial crucible gave way to a great tree that would dominate the lands between. I think the Elden Ring physically left.
I'm still
Farum
not
Azula.
understanding why
I
there's
think
friggin'
that
twisters
led to
everywhere,
the
but
crucible,
that's
which led
a
to
me
great tree
problem.
roots, which led to the Erd Tree growing. The Elden Ring is, after all, the source of the Erd Tree, and this should have been true for the ancient Elden Ring as well, which would have birthed this tree. As an additional piece of evidence
You and
that
I
the
both- yeah, I don't
Elden
know.
Ring is at the source
Stoner,
of
do you know
the
the
Erd
answer to
Tree,
that?
we can look to the engraving on the stone door of the Erd Tree itself, which shows the Elden Ring literally at the roots of the Erd Tree, its source below the surface. Perhaps the Elden Ring wasn't rooted in the earth, while Farum Azula was floating up in the sky, but eventually
makes
it
sense.
seems it would be. According to the Gilded Great Shield and Ordovus's Greatsword, the color of the Erd Tree's primordial crucible was red, or perhaps more accurately, red tinged with gold. The red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erd Tree, the color of homeward yearning. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. This color is also seen in root resin, a secretion from roots that were once connected to the great tree. These two items, taken together, tie the red of the crucible to great tree roots quite well.
Okay.
And if that wasn't
How's
enough,
Elden Ring? Elden Ring's going
Crucible
good.
Knight
We're
Siluria
watching
spends
the
her
lore at the
exile
moment.
amidst these
So I'm taking a
roots
break,
with
but I'm gonna go as soon as we're
spear and a
done.
helm that
We're gonna go
have
right back to
great
it.
tree ornamentation that
It's going
is
good. How are you,
modeled
Bogan?
on the crucible. I've seen people speculate that the crucible isn't a physical place, and that it was just a crucible of competition
that's cool.
instead, where different creatures battled against each
Ew!
other. And I think this misconception
Ew.
might be due to the original description of the Old Fang in
They're
version
ugly.
1.0 of Elden Ring,
That's what
which
I look like
reads,
when I wake up in the morning."
"In times long past, life was a crucible of competition. However, the item description was quickly patched to remove all mention of
Forever
competition,
waiting
and
for his god
the
to
patched
return.
description
It's located in the
instead
heart of the
suggests
storm. Right,
that
I remember that
multiple
part.
overlapping fangs might be a
Beyond
vestige of the
times.
primordial crucible.
Okay, that
So,
makes sense.
Considering this updated description and all of the color and mention of primordial
Bitch, we're
matter,
getting a game right now?
I think FromSoft
Our
are
game jam is
certainly
nearly done.
trying to
Way to go,
suggest
Bogan,
that
that's huge.
the Crucible had a real
I'd love to see
physicality
it.
to it. And the Crucible has long been a topic plagued by confusing and perhaps mistranslated
in the
item
sun.
descriptions. Take the aspects of the Crucible, which say that the Crucible was once a place where all life was once blended together. The Japanese instead clarifies that once life was blended together, which to me suggests the Crucible was a blending of existing life in the lands between.
If I can tail
rather
whip,
than
you better
a source
believe
of
I'm
all
gonna.
life. And I think there's more evidence that this ancient Elden Ring of Farum Azula was already kind of laying the groundwork for the Crucible. For example, we know
Hi,
from the
Kels.
Omen
How are
and
you?
Misbegotten that creatures of the Crucible are characterized by chaotic growth,
Oh, God.
considered aspects of devolution in the modern era. These are aspects of wings, horns, scales, feathers, and fangs. Just so, Placidusax actually has tons of random fang growths around their maw, and later dragons even sprout feathers, another aspect of devolution. But if that wasn't enough, remember, the dragon's lightning is red, tinted with gold as well, which is the same color of the primordial crucible, as we just discussed. Thus, I think it's safe to say that the color and other aspects of the primordial crucible were already kind of present in the ancient dragons, the oldest of those graced by the Elden Ring that we know
let me know if you do.
So, with that,
or send me the link
we've
just in
essentially
general. I'll
laid
play
the
it.
groundwork for a theory that I'd like to shout out from Loki, who is one of From
Let's go, another
Software's
shout out.
most
Woo!
dedicated theory crafters. In this theory, he speculates on the identity of the Dragon
They just
Lord's
trying to
fled
hit the
god.
thing.
And I think this theory is special because it manages to reconcile a couple of major loose ends in the
And I
game's
really like
lore
your name,
along the
Spicy
way.
Spicy
As the
Breath
theory
Lord.
goes,
I like that.
the Erd Tree was created as a byproduct
medical
of the
drama.
nameless
Ah.
god's death. Loki's
Dark
initial
Messiah, how are you
reasoning
today?
is that after we die, runes are left behind in our wake, manifesting as small golden
Wild name.
saplings.
It is wild.
Therefore,
I like
since
it though,
the
it's
Elden
cool.
Ring itself is made up of a gargantuan
good
amount
luck,
of
Bogan.
runes, surely the Elden Ring would sprout an enormous tree if the god vessel carrying it were to die. One
I'm
thing
good too, thank you
I'll
for
add to this
asking.
theory is that our golden saplings only remain so if the massive
Kiki, I
runes
saw that.
is not claimed.
You don't have to
Just
pin it.
so, if no one knew that the nameless god had died, perhaps the Elden Ring's mass of runes was left to its own devices, to grow, as Loki posits, as a resilient, protective vessel, a firmly rooted tree that welcometh no man. And indeed, the nameless god did flee, not even telling her Elden Lord, Placidusax, where they had gone.
I mean, you should at least
Thus,
say.
their runes might have gone
Come on.
unclaimed. Directly below the Erd Tree are the
Momo!
deep root depths,
Give Momo pets
where
for me.
the Erd Tree might have once been planted, so to speak. And one of the lesser known paths along the roots here leads to this wall, an illusory wall
God, this game is so
that
fucking
reveals the Cathedral of the Forsaken, the
Grace!
Frenzied Merchants, and the Three Fingers of
Ooh.
Frenzy. One of the strangest items down here is the fingerprint stone shield, which is, and I quote, part of the tomb of an ancient god. It's imprinted
could see
with
that.
an intricately carved
Is that a Majin tat?
fingerprint
Nope.
design.
Wrong
and
anime.
These imprints are said
Close,
to be the
though.
very seeds from which Frenzy first sprouted. Now, at first glance, you'd
I don't like
think
Dragon
that
Ball
the
that much.
ancient god in question here would be the Three Fingers, who marked this great stone slab with fingerprints, and while I admit this stone grave
It's all I see.
could be for the outer god of frenzied flame, which
It's from an anime called
manifests as the
Fairy Tail.
Three Fingers who are imprisoned down here, I much
more
prefer the
about a
theory
meaning
that this
than
stone
the
slab
anime, but
was
yeah,
the
that's what it's
tomb
about.
of a different ancient god, one that was found and
about to get
desecrated
scooped.
by the Three Fingers with their fingerprints, just as they desecrate the world with fingerprints in their ending. And that's exactly what Loki's theory proposes, that the Three Fingers desecrated a stone tomb
Cool, yeah.
of the nameless god, Placidusax's queen, who had her final moments in this place. The nameless god can also be used
Ah, a lot
to
of gods died here,
reconcile
huh?
another lore gap in Elden Ring, which is the identity of the corpse that makes up the Fingerslayer blade. The Fingerslayer blade is a blade said to have been born of a
Ooh,
corpse,
yeah, Bogan, that sounds
said
really
to be
cool.
able to harm the greater
That's
will
huge.
and
Way to
its
go.
vassals, the Two Fingers. The shape of this blade,
Ew,
featuring
it's
the
brokies.
arms of a corpse as a crossguard and culminating in a double helix, it bears a striking resemblance to the Sacred Relic Sword, a weapon wrenched from the corpse of Radagon Marika. The Sacred Relic Sword is, and I quote, wrought from the remains of a god who should have lived a life eternal. The similarities between the Sacred Relic Sword
I can see
and
it.
the Fingerslayer blade mean that they must have shared a source, not just a corpse, but the corpse of a god. We know where the Sacred Relic Sword comes from. It comes from Radagon and Marika, but then where does the Fingerslayer blade come from?
That guy's
If it's
huge!
brought from a god,
God damn.
it's a nameless god.
That's
as
the
far
best
as we know.
weapon? Really?
So it is that Loki concludes that the Nox, who made a hidden treasure of the blade, may have recovered the corpse of Placidusax's queen, the nameless god, to wield as a weapon that could harm the Greater Will. So, I like these theories, to say the least. They neatly tie up and reconcile a bunch of loose ends, and that makes these theories really
you get that from the
satisfying
last
to
boss?
believe. It's
What was
nice
the
to
point?
have an explanation for which god the Fingerslayer blade was talking
Is there more
about,
gameplay after the
and
last boss?
which ancient god the fingerprint stone shield was talking about. Special thanks to Loki for this.
Way
You
to
can
go,
find
Loki.
more of his stuff in the description, and I highly recommend you seek it out. However, I should probably stress that this is still all
Oh,
speculation.
fucking duh.
The
I have the
circumstantial
DLC.
evidence is really
So
strong,
dumb.
yes, but sometimes From Software leaves these sorts
Jesus.
of loose ends in the lore
My
to be
brain is not
tied
braining
up
today.
by characters that they've yet to introduce.
Ooh!
Until DLC drops, I think it's wise to take this theory with a grain of
I
salt.
completely forgot about the DLC.
But damn, you know, salt makes any meal
Her hair was
taste
really
a
pretty.
little bit better, doesn't it?
Dragonkin. It's a hard word.
So it is that the nameless god of Faram Azula might have
I'm not
become
gonna cosplay
the
every
Nox's
blonde girl you see.
Fingerslayer blade, a weapon they clearly brought
could,
about
though.
in order to harm the Greater
I
Will,
won't.
which had banished them deep underground, beneath a false
Ooh,
night
that's
sky.
so pretty.
You can learn more about that in this video. Here, they live in eternal anticipation of the coming age of stars and their liege, who would be a Lord of Night. These folk become obsessed with artificial imitation of life above ground, all likely created in service of their goal, which was to strike back at the
Is there
Greater
gonna be
Will.
a sequel on the Switch
So
too?
it was
God,
that
I
the
hope
Mimic
so.
Tears were created.
The Elden Ring is gonna
These
be
are
on Switch
beings of Quicksilver that were the result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a lord.
Sir, you're missing
These
your tummy.
silver drops of dew, not unlike the Erd trees
I wonder what the harder.
drops of
It's gonna
they
handle
also
Elden Ring.
birthed the Albinorics, who are artificial
Blood,
life forms
dust
untouched
blood.
by the Erd tree's
Oh
grace.
yeah, yeah. I saw the
But the
trailer for that.
Nox also looked further back
can't
in time for
It's gonna be so
inspiration,
good.
apparently, and they
Hi, Metal
attempted to
Moon.
bring ancient
Welcome.
dragons into being. So it is that the Dragonkin soldiers
There's
were
me.
born
Shut
in
up.
the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky nor true lightning. Their name includes the word soldier, and they even have
Is that a
evidence
walking
of
dragon?
clothing and armor upon them, again revealing that these creatures were created with the intention to fight back against order. But these
that's not
Dragonkin
a frog.
experiments went about as well as copying dragons usually does in From Software games, which is to say, the experiments were a failure. The main reason they were
Oh.
considered failures was that these Dragonkin were not immortal, as the Nox had hoped. Their weapons read, "Alas, the Dragonkin
those are
soldiers
sick.
never attained immortality and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin." But the Nox had the right idea. At the very least, it seems they had identified
Okay.
the source of the ancient dragon's immortality, their stone scales. They just failed to implement that source. Case in
He's very
point,
veiny.
the dragon scale
Ooh.
blade is made
Ooh.
by sharpening a gravel stone
Mm-mm.
scale thought to be the source of dragon immortality. This blade's skill is Ice Lightning Sword, which wreathes the blade in the Dragonkin's signature Ice Lightning. And you know, even though the Dragonkin were born mortal and crippled, they did at least manage to manifest lightning, which is a feat that the mortal dragons, who were actually the ancient dragon's kin, never accomplished.
I hated fighting that dragonkin in the area just to get the katana, but it was so worth it. It looks worth it. It looks really cool. The mother of dragons,
On your
Daenerys!
way through Caelid, you would have run past Grail, a mortal dragon who clearly owes their namesake to Graol, a veritable mountain found further down the way, where she lies dying, surrounded by her children on her deathbed. But these aren't her only children. According to Grail's roar, Grail was the mother of all dragons, dwarfing
You
all who stood
fight
before
him on a small
her like a
platform.
looming
Oh, God.
mountain. To be clear, I seriously doubt this means that she's the mother of the ancient dragons, considering she has 2 wings, 2 legs, and no stone scales. No, instead, she would specifically be the mother of the 2-winged dragons that you see widely across the lands between. Indeed, the Japanese specifies that she's more of a great mother of dragons, rather than being mother of all dragons. So, if we take that premise to be true, that means that the fire-breathing dragons, the ice dragons, the rot and glintstone corrupted dragons, all
not
of them
that guy. That's the
trace
guy that I'm
their
fighting now, isn't it?
ancestry back
Thank
to
you for
Grail.
lurking, Bogan.
These are the wyverns, contrasting with the
That was
true
the dragon, right?
4-legged dragons, which is the same dynamic that Dark Souls had as well. And just like in Dark Souls, Elden Ring's dragons have a tendency to take on aspects of their environment in lieu of their stone scales. There are ice dragons,
but
there are
there's
glintstone
stronger
dragons,
magic
all of
dragon maybe
that.
later too. Okay,
But the
that
one
makes
element that these dragons didn't master though is lightning, red lightning, that remains exclusive to their ancient ancestors. Earlier we talked about how lightning has heavenly connotations, and it makes sense that this lightning would be lost to these lesser dragons who were born in a time long after the
That
ancient
Scarlet Red
dragons
Dragon was annoying too,
had
but it's pretty.
sort of lost the favor of the
One of the
Greater
pretty
Will. These modern dragons are now easily wounded by the stone scales that they've lost. These stone scales, once removed, are called gravel stones, and these are compound stones that are found in lands once beset by ancient dragons. For the most part, these gravel stones are looted upon the Altus Plateau and surrounds, which makes sense because this is the territory of Leyndell, the city that the ancient dragons would eventually assault, so of course this is where their scales would be found. But interestingly, the only other place
Jesus.
where gravel stones are found is Caelid. And that's curious because Caelid is literally at the opposite end of the lands between. One set of gravel stones are found here and here, suggesting that at some point the ancient dragons, progenitors to Grail, were in Caelid as well. And this fact is supported by other environmental evidence in the area. Again, the Bestial Sanctum and Farum Great Bridge are in Caelid, 2 cultural landmarks of Farum Azula that are architecturally intact, despite the crumbling city's current state. These weren't just ruins that fell from the sky, these were built. They are a grounded connection to what we now know as a Sky City. While I guess we can't rule out the
I wanna live in the
possibility
Sky City, you
that
guys.
Farum Azula was always in the sky and later built architecture on the ground here, it seems way more natural to assume that the city was originally built on the ground, where there would have been the materials to build it, and that it was then lifted into the sky at some point in the future. As for the mechanism behind Farum Azula becoming skybound, I feel like there are 2 options. Earlier we talked about
that's
how
so cool.
the Ruin's Greatsword is a piece of Farum Azula, infused with gravitational
Oh,
magic,
damn!
thanks to the meteor
Took 'em
that
right
struck
out.
the city. Thus, my first theory is that Farum Azula might have become skybound in the instant that the meteor struck, floating upward as it was destroyed. Alternatively, or additionally, I guess, it could be some manifestation of the storm that brought Farum Azula into the sky. We've talked about how Placidusax might have had power over this storm, evidenced by his golden, time-twisting scales. Not to mention, you turn into a storm cloud when you channel Placidusax's weapon skill. So perhaps Placidusax, or the ancient dragons, whipped Farum Azula into the skies as some measure of protection, and once it was up
okay,
there,
so that makes sense.
that gravitational meteor
basically what you
could
guys
have
were
come
saying
into
earlier.
play, smashing the city into
That one's cool
pieces
too. Yeah, it's
on
pretty
its
cool.
way down to the lands between, scattering ruins far and wide. At any rate, I'm glad there's evidence of Farum Azula here in Caelid, and that's because this fact merges so well with the lore of Grail. Again, Grail is the mother of the modern
those are some
dragons,
nasty teeth.
and thus is the oldest modern dragon that we know of who lost their stone scales. And since she's in Caelid, it was likely from here.
It's interesting that they don't
all
have
dragons
stone, but they're
spread.
fuzzy.
So I'm glad the
They're fuzzy
environment
dragons.
supports this lore with its intact Farum Azula architecture
Imagine being a
and
soft
with
dragon.
the leftover gravel stones of the ancient dragons as well. Because it seems like the ancient dragons made landfall here long ago and started a culture in Farum Azula, leaving Grail behind eventually as their land-bound legacy. And there are 2 other
at him, he's
ancient dragons
sleeping.
in the vicinity to help support this claim
was
as
gonna
well.
tell him.
These ancient dragons appear here in Limgrave and here in Caelid, both dead at the sites of dragon communion. The ancient dragons are immortal, but
a
they can
sick-ass
still
bow.
be killed, as you know, though we can only really speculate on what killed these 2. But back to Grail. Despite being a modern dragon, Grail is large. Larger than any other dragon of the
Large
time.
and in charge.
Even Placidusax. In fact, the only thing that comes close to her in size are Gransax and the bones of the dragon in Farum Azula's Dragon Temple, which Zuli has thankfully placed alongside Grail for me. They're both very similar in size, which made me think that maybe they could have been mates at some point, though of course that's just speculation.
Not the children
In the
littering.
end, we don't even know why Grail lost
They're cute.
all
They
of
are
her
kinda
stone
cute, aren't they?
scales, passing this trait to all of her descendants.
Look at him. I just want to pet his little
Perhaps it
head.
was nothing more than a random birth defect. Which reminds me, Seath's loss of stone scales
Seath?
was never really explained either. Yet he also found himself
Yeah, it's
apart
called
from his
Neopets.
ancient kin.
Kiki,
all the
I got
same.
ya.
Perhaps this is why Grail found herself in the lands between. Was this a place of exile? Maybe a place to die? Her region is called Dragon Barrow, after all, and if you've read Lord of the Rings,
I have not.
for example, you might take the meaning of the word barrow to mean
is this called?
burial mounds, referring to ancient burial places that are covered with large mounds of earth.
Neopets is
Perhaps
rare.
the Dragon
I'm gonna
Barrow
play
was a
it.
place
Maybe a
for these
Neopet
newly
streamer.
mortal dragons to die. And Grail herself is indeed now finally dying. The Scarlet Rot has blighted Caelid and the Dragon Barrow, and this is presumably why, when we encounter
We should
her,
play
she's
Club Penguin,
already lost
but I'm
a
pretty
lot
sure
of
it's
her
closed.
health, and she can't fight back, nor even lift herself off the ground. Her dying roars rally her kin around her, but they cannot save their mother. This level 1 Tarnished just
What is
watched
that
this
mask?
sick YouTube guide on how to get 50,000 free
That's
runes at the start of the
inappropriate.
game, and nothing will stand
Sir?
in their way.
I'm dead ass. Look at some of the prizes. You're crazy. Why is my
Now,
Moobot
we previously established
twice?
Caelid and Grail as a sort of origin point for the modern dragons, so after them in the timeline, I think it's the Ice Dragons that would have shown up as the first major variant. According to Borealis' Mist, the Ice Dragons
really
were once
cool.
lords of the mountaintops. Perhaps these dragons wished to be as close as possible to the heavens,
Is that $1,000?
from which their
Jesus Christ.
ancestors descended. After all, we do see the modern dragons flying all around Farum Azula, though they never make landfall, so the mountaintops might have been the next
That's
best
crazy.
thing as a home for the mortal dragons. After all, the Sword of Night and Flame claims that the mountaintops nearly touched the sky. Anyway, Borealis' Mist goes on to reveal that the Ice Dragons were lords here at
I used to
a
do that with
very
Webkins. You guys
early
remember
point
Webkins?
in the Lands Between's history.
I played the fuck out of
As
Webkins.
shortly after,
Used to have
we
so
know
many.
that they were chased from the peak by the Fire Giants, who also appeared at a very early point
They all have
and
red hair.
who claimed the mountaintops henceforth. So, for the Ice Dragons to be here, you'd think surely they must have migrated here from Caelid. Now, we previously established Caelid as an origin point for these modern dragons, so for
Some
the Ice
Webkins? I had more
Dragons to
Webkins than I
be
did
here,
Neopets.
surely they must have initially migrated here from Caelid. Now, obviously, they could have just flown from Caelid to the icy mountaintops, but I remember early theories that posited
That's a
that
lot of
a land bridge might have
save
once existed
points.
between Caelid and the
Is
mountaintops.
there really that many?
and that certainly would have helped with
There's a
their
grace on every
migration.
corner.
As the theory goes, Caelid and the mountaintops are
That's
almost
insane.
exclusively where you'll find
How many
the
are there total?
monstrous crows, the
I'm the
giant
crow.
dogs, and most notably, the remains of the giants.
Also here's
These
squawk.
don't really appear
Someone flying.
anywhere else, and it seems way more likely to think that there was once
The
a
first
land
Furby was
bridge
creepy.
here,
Oh, same.
rather than thinking that they took the long way round the lands between
That's
on foot. What happened to this landmass is unclear, but the lands between itself has experienced many other geographical upheavals in the past, and losing a landmass to a meteor or whatnot might also explain the divergent evolution of the ice dragons compared to their
There's
fire-breathing
314 sites.
also established in the
of
mountaintops
grace
around this
in
time
the
were
base,
the astrologers,
including the
who
DLC. That's
preceded the sorcerers, established
That's
themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky,
314.
and considered the fire giants their neighbors. This description comes to us from the Sword of Night and Flame, an heirloom of the Carrion royal family, which is headed by Renala. Renala was a prominent astrologer, and thus has links to the
want her
mountaintops of the
staff.
giants. It might be a stretch to say that she was actually there in the mountaintops all those years ago, but she did have an oath-sworn giant and an oath-sworn dragon that can be summoned to fight for her, so I
Sick.
feel like it's safe to say that
want a
she's
dragon.
connected to the place, at least. At any rate, eventually the fire giants would chase the ice dragons from the peak
Can
and
you make it
claim
into
it
a
for
blur?
their
Can you
own.
make what into a blur?
Then, in turn, the Zamor,
What are you
an
making
icy
into
race
a
of
blur?
warriors, would ally with the Golden Order and
Oh my
oust the fire
squaw!
giants.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is incidental, but later in the timeline, a character called the Snowy Crone pops up. She's an old witch associated with Karia, who wielded snowy magics that
Her head
you
is
could
cool
argue
too.
would have been derived from the Zamor's icy mountaintops. The Zamor are, after all, the only other beings that could use cold sorceries.
I still
so
want the
perhaps
princess's outfit.
She learned it from
We
them.
gotta do her quest.
This Snowy Crone
Yeah, her.
eventually imparted her cold sorceries to Rani, and Rani has clearly
think
taken
so. I think
on
that's her
such
hat,
frost
yeah.
magics as a big part of her sorceress
That's what I
identity.
want.
Now, a couple of dragons
Ooh.
actually had a habit of eating glintstone sorcerers, and it was from this diet that they were corrupted. Not
Same.
unlike the other dragons
Me
who
corrupting my
took
own
on
diet.
aspects of their environment. One of these dragons was Smaragd, fought here, whose glintstone breath incantation reads, Smaragd was a
Cool.
devourer of sorcerers, and over time his body became corrupted by their glintstones. Another such dragon is fought here, defending Rani in both of her major quest locations.
Oh no.
This is a Adula, and she drops a cold-infused sorcery that is representative of her knighthood. And it reads, Adula, a devourer of sorcerers, was bested by Rani and subsequently swore a knightly oath to her dark moon.
That's sick
This
as fuck.
suggests conflict between the early sorcerers and dragons, and this tendency for there to be conflict helps to explain why Renala might have gained an oath-sworn dragon out of these conflicts. And just like her mother before her, Rani
stab or
also
sword?
had an oath-sworn dragon of her own, Adula. Adula reveals to us the mechanism behind this oath. Rani bested Adula in battle, perhaps earning Adula's loyalty and respect, a trend that actually continues later on with some other ancient dragons that would attack Leyndell, but we'll get into that soon. The only living ice dragon we meet is Borealis the Freezing Fog, who remains upon the mountaintops, and yet the item most closely associated with him
Okay, kill it with
is
fire,
actually
makes
found
sense.
all the way back in the temple quarter
tons of sense.
of Leonia. It is the Ice Rind Hatchet,
Mm.
and its description reads, a hatchet with a frost-coated blade, one of several gifts given by Castle Sol in the distant north. Known as Freezing Fog, the blade is thought to be a
Speak
dragon's
to fire,
scale.
Skyrat. That makes
Indeed,
sense.
this is the dragon scale
Logically.
of Borealis, because just as the scale is known as Freezing Fog, Borealis also has the words Freezing Fog as his namesake
I
when
thought
you
he said
fight
frog
him.
to begin with.
Apparently, this scale was retrieved by Borealis's neighbors at Castle Sol, who then gave it as a gift, presumably to the Leonians, since it is found near their
It's the
temple
tadpole
quarter.
people.
Obviously, such a gift would have been given to facilitate relations between the two lands. And
What is
as we
that?
established earlier with sorcerers like the Snow Witch and Renala, there is grounds to believe that these
Damn,
two
that thing's
places would have
cool.
had a connection in the past.
It's heavy
These
though, it
days,
looks
though,
like.
Castle Sol is currently still a mystery to us, and without knowing their political alignments, it's hard to know for sure why
They're
they
doing
gifted
cartwheels.
Leonia with the scale and other gifts as well. That said, there is a phantom in Castle Sol who hails Lord Mikola in his dialogue. Thus, it's possible that Mikola was Lord of Castle Sol and that Mikola was giving gifts to Leonia. And there
Hi, Riku.
is evidence
How
that
are you?
Mikola had friendly relations with the Carians, at least. Most notably, in version 1.0 of Elden Ring,
thank you. Good, I'm
Loretta's
glad.
armor instead belonged to cut enemies called Arbor Sentinels, who served Mikola, but who actually hailed from Raya Lucarian. To quote their cut description, these enchanted knights once
Make it 5,
belonged to the
Kikyo.
Carian royal family, but were later gifted to Mikola. Thus, perhaps
I gotta raise
Mikola,
those up.
potential lord of Castle Sol, gifted the Raya Lucarians the Ice Rind Hatchet and several
Come
other
on.
gifts besides, in return for all the knights that he had
adorable.
gained from them. Again, this is all just speculation.
Oh, it's
but
traumatized.
This is the
Yeah.
best theory I've got on the relationship between these
Oh,
two
it has
lands
anxiety.
and why the
Real.
Ice Rind Hatchet is found in Leonia.
My goodness.
On the same plateau as Castle Sol is the Cave of the Forlorn, and it's a unique little cave, guarded by Great Worm Theodorix. Theodorix is a
Fine,
magma
okay.
worm, a land-bound dragon that looks more like a giant lizard than a dragon.
Ew.
He's in this
He's kinda
form
cute.
thanks to the act of dragon communion, a primal ritual that involves consuming a dragon's heart to become a dragon. Didn't work out so well
Yeah.
for him, but his scale sword at
At
least
least.
resembles a
At least
dragon's
100.
jaw, and the weapon suggests that dragon communion is a grave transgression, for which the magma worms were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. If they were cursed to be this way by any entity, I'd suggest it was the Greater Will, who we know favored the ancient
He
dragons
kind of looks like a
long
little
ago.
alligator.
And to be clear, only the English description says they were cursed. The Japanese description is nowhere near as damning, simply saying that the heroes have erred and that their land-crawling form is the end result. To me, it sounds more like these people were simply fools to think that they could achieve such a metamorphosis. It
Aw.
goes against the rules
You
of
hit him when he's
nature,
down?
especially if you're trying to transform
the
into
eyeball?
a being like an ancient dragon who
Oh,
were
damn.
graced by the Greater Will in a bygone age. And I think, more than it being a curse, I think this is more of an example of hubris backfiring for each and every one of these partakers of dragon communion. The Magma Worm's scale sword states that these land-bound dragons
Look at his
were
teeth!
human heroes. But that's only half true for Theodorix, who was a hero, but who wasn't human. He was actually a troll. His incantation, Theodorix's Magma,
His teeth were
states
cute.
that the name of the ancient troll warrior, Theodorix, lives on as a hero of the war against the giants. Actually,
Theodorix.
maybe his troll heritage explains why his magma worm form is so much tougher than the others. It has so much HP that, fun fact,
Can we
you
call
can
him
actually
Theo for
lure
short?
a land octopus to help you with this fight instead. And I think
I
that's
hate
the
those
intended way,
fucking
because
things.
this guy is tough. What's also fascinating about this guy is that he was specifically a hero of the war against the giants, a battle that many of his fellow trolls participated in, betraying their giant ancestors and fighting alongside the Golden Order. Now, I assume Theodorix was still a troll at this stage and not a magma worm, but whatever the case, you could definitely speculate that
It's a giant
he
ass
is
skull.
still loyal to the Golden Order even now,
That'd be me.
even
Or just a
here
troll walking.
after his metamorphosis. I argue this because of his placement outside the Cave of the Forlorn, which has an end boss
Oh, cool.
wielding a legendary armament, the Golden Order Greatsword, one of Radagon's
Wow,
own
his
weapons.
face is way too human
The
for that.
Leonine
Ooh.
Misbegotten themselves are curious as well, with internal files calling them Children of Radagon. But that's a whole nother topic. Unique to this cave also is that right inside there's a fire-breathing dragon, dead and half entombed within the ice. For this
There's a dead body in
type
there.
of
Get that thing.
dragon to be
Get that thing that's lighting up.
preserved in this place might support what I speculated on earlier, which is that
What is it
Grail's
supposed to be? I'm
fire-breathing
not sure.
children must have come up here to settle on the peaks before becoming ice dragons, and it might also support the theory that Renala acquired an
This would be a cool,
oath-sworn
like,
fire-breathing
theme
dragon
park.
just
You know,
like this one, early
You know
in
what
the
I mean?
days when they settled
It would
here
be like,
alongside the astrologers. Or maybe it's just here
like a
because
Universal
the
Studios.
Dragon
You know how they have like
Hunter
the
is
Harry
right
Potter
outside.
world? I feel like they
And
should have
I
like
say
an Elden
Dragon
Ring
Hunter
world.
because
Or how they have like the
even
Mario
though the Dragon
Mario
Hearted,
Land.
like
Hi,
Theodorix,
Raya.
aspired to become dragons by consuming
like it'd be really
their
sick if they had an
hearts,
Elden Ring
that
world.
doesn't mean that they respected their lives.
That'd be so cool, yeah.
A phantom can even be found saying, "I'm dry as a bone. Full dragon, surrender your strength.
How are you,
Let me
Raya?
feast on your heart." As for the hearts of these dragons themselves, they are riddled with gravelstone. You'll recall gravelstones were the scales of the ancient
figured a red
dragons,
for fire.
making
Yeah,
it
there you go, there you go.
somewhat
That's a good
ironic
idea.
that the mortal dragons actually do have these same
Real.
scales, just within their hearts, not on their flesh.
That's disgusting.
As such, their hearts, which are clearly imbued with some ancient dragon immortality,
Go ahead, I
are
quit
still
managing. I hope you
alive
feel better.
and
Get
beating,
some rest.
according to the description. And so, when you consume these hearts in what is absolutely a sacrificial ritual,
Oh, God.
especially considering the heart is still alive, you're actually consuming gravelstone, ingesting the
Why are we
key
eating
components
rocks?
of the ancient dragons
on, guys.
via the hearts of their mortal kin. It's pretty metal. Indeed, when you partake in Dragon Communion with the heart at the Dragon Communion altars, you're doing so right in front of a dead ancient dragon, not in front of a mortal one. Thus, you really are striving to be like the ancients.
Good, you
Churches
better.
were built upon the corpses of these undying beings, who became likely unwilling conduits for countless dragon-hearted heroes who
That's
wished
cool.
to channel the power of
Oh, that's
dragons.
how you get the head. Okay.
Finally, the Dragon Communion Seal.
That makes sense.
It's formless because it's made of dragon blood, and even though it's a seal, Dragon Communion is too primal in nature for the term incantation
really?
to be
It's
appropriate.
mine too.
Thus, this seal
I love that you know, it's
scales
so good.
incantations with one's arcane attribute. So, yeah, it's no wonder that
Ooh.
all of the dragon-hearted are considered to be so depraved.
You must not forget, though, those who
I
partake
like
in
his
Dragon
hat.
Communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens
Sword.
until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment, the strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent,
Oh, what is
but
that?
deadly. It's no surprise that Dragon Communion is ruinous.
This is Yura, who you first meet in Limgrave, and nearby, beside the dragon-burnt ruins, is the mortal dragon
God damn it.
Agheel. Agheel frequents this place, coming to burn the mindless nobles and their effigies here,
Real.
which is exactly what the nobles want. After death, most in the lands between crave a proper Erd Tree burial. But now, in lieu of that perhaps, the dead gazed at the skies over the lakes of Limgrave, praying that the dragon's flames would burn them to ash. They want this kind of release from life.
Honestly.
If you get Yura
Real.
to assist you in taking out Agheel,
Honestly, real.
then it's possible to get him to say this.
That was my first dragon hunt in quite some time. Paired up with a hothead like you. It was just like old times.
Aww.
So, Yura
That's so
was
sweet.
previously a dragon hunter, which
What was that
helps
name?
to explain his
Yura?
familiarity
Yura?
with communion. And since being paired up with a hothead like you was just like old times, that means he must have once had a companion. The most likely
lore guy?
candidate for this is Eleonora, a Drake Knight that Yura tracks all the way to the Altus Plateau,
Video?
only to plead with them on a very personal level.
Please, Eleonora, yield to the cesspool no longer.
What is with the
Do
times?
not
What's
stain
going on?
the immaculacy of your sword.
Yo, that's sick!
Your fire.
The precious little we know about Eleonora stems mostly from her Drake Knight armor, which is crafted from dragon wing membranes and
Ew.
features the spoils of a dragon catch as an emblem of
Right, I
pride
need
as
that.
both dragon hunter and partaker of communion. From birth, Drake Knights speak not a word. They spend their lives pursuing the
That was
strength
really
of
cool.
dragons for its sublime beauty and inspiration of awe. Therefore, while the Drake Knights have more reverence of dragons, they are still partakers of communion. Thus, as they consume more hearts, their eyes become yellow and slitted, and inevitably, they have a fate waiting for them as a magma worm. So, given all you've heard about communion, is it really any surprise that there would be a dragon named the Dragon Communion Revenger? This is Exekis, who guards the decrepit Temple of Communion in Caelid, attempting to prevent this abhorrent act
Revenger,
of dragon communion
Oh,
via
God.
sheer will and hatred. For Exekis had the misfortune of taking on the Scarlet Rot as his aspect,
Oh, my
something that has clearly taken a
Have you
toll
fought that
on
one?
him. But according to his incantation, Exekis, Dragon Communion Revenger, did not forget his hatred, even as he succumbed to the Scarlet Rot. So, Exekis, at least, has
my
a
God.
very good
Did you beat
reason
him?
for attacking you, as he's preventing access to the nearby altar of Dragon Communion. But speaking of dragons who attack humans, let's turn our attention to the ancient dragons,
When in the
would
cutscene
one
is this?
day attack the city of Leyndell.
Oh.
These ancient
Dude, that
dragons attacked with all their might, bringing with them Gransax, an ancient dragon who is the largest dragon in the game, who rained calamity down upon the royal capital with such force that this marks the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls had fallen. Thus began Leyndell's war against the ancient dragons.
Let's go.
It's hard to know for sure why the ancient dragons attacked Leyndell. If you want to go full tinfoil hat and tie it to our earlier speculations, then you might say that it's because they finally realized their god had fled here and become the Erd Tree or something, but that might be stretching it. That said, they probably did come here because of the Erd Tree. After all, according to the Protection of the Erd Tree incantations, in the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, and the ancient dragons were probably no exception. So it was
Oh, I
that
can
the
visit the
ancient
tree.
dragons fell upon
There's a few of them,
Leyndell,
isn't there?
their forces consisting of at least 3 dragons that we know of.
Or I know there's some trees that light
Lanciax
up.
and her
Maybe they're
red
not all
lightning
that tree.
glaive, Fortisax and his twin pillars of red lightning, and Gransax, a gargantuan dragon, wielding a physical weapon, actually, a decision that seems unique to them. This is the Bolt of Gransax,
I'm sorry, a dragon
weapon
holding a
that's
sword?
actually mirrored in Placidusax's fight
Oh my
against
God.
us here. It's unclear whether Placidusax is echoing Gransax or if Gransax is echoing Placidusax, but the fact that Gransax shares a weapon with Placidusax, and the fact that Gransax is so large, certainly makes me think that Grandsax is the closest thing the ancient dragons might have had to a lord
Jesus
at the
Christ.
time of their attack upon Leyndell, at any rate. But this weapon would eventually fall from their grasp, as the great Grandsax was
There are
slain,
minor
their stone body and weapon
trees you can
becoming
visit.
this
Each one
permanent
has
landmark
a
within
tree avatar
Leyndell's
boss.
walls.
Oh,
According to
interesting.
Lightning Spear's description,
I figured they all had
Godwyn the
something.
Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax, known as the mightiest Boulder Stone. Assumedly, Godwyn could have executed Fortisax
This animation is
here,
pretty sick,
or
I won't lie.
perhaps compelled
It's giving comic
Fortisax
book.
to swear an oath to him, just like Renala and Rani once did.
Where do you find
But
them?
instead,
They're everywhere.
he befriended his fallen foe.
I've seen a bunch of
and
them.
as a result,
I haven't gone to them.
Fortisax would be loyal. So loyal that Fortisax would eventually go beyond to fight against the death that would take his companion, becoming a Lich Dragon, his aspect afflicted
Ooh, a
with
Lich
death
Dragon,
itself.
that's cool.
So, to recap, when Godwyn was murdered on the Night of Black Knives, the Rune of Death was carved into his being, destroying his soul, but not his body. And so it was that his body spawned Deathroot, fragments of the Rune of Death that spreads its influence throughout the lands between.
Imagine trying to kill
spawning the
somebody and then
visage of
they
the Prince of Death,
spawn out
who
Deathroot.
was Godwyn in its wake.
Imagine.
And while Godwyn does seem like a lost cause,
fucked
Fortisax
up.
fought against the death within him nonetheless. So it is that Fortisax occupies a deathbed dream within his friend, fighting this impossible fight against the corrupting influence of the Rune of Death, which has now corrupted Fortisax. But I still don't think that Fortisax has been completely corrupted. When you fight against Fortisax here, you actually do so to bring about the age of those who live in death. And considering Fortisax fights against you, you could speculate that Fortisax is still vehemently opposed to death
pretty.
and those who live within death, even now. Check out this video for more on that.
No.
Anyway, so it should come as no
I will
surprise
later.
that this friendship between Godwyn and Fortisax was seen as significant in Leyndell when Fortisax was first defeated. This moment of friendship was so
My
significant
dog
that
woke up.
it would make allies of all the ancient dragons and give rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital city.
I like the
It
gold
seems
dragons.
The ancient
Those are
dragon
cool.
cult was born out of a desire to defend the Erd Tree. As stated by the malformed dragon set, after the great ancient dragon Grandsax attacked, the Tree Sentinels had an epiphany. The only way to truly protect the Erd Tree was to become dragons themselves.
Oh.
So it was that these
Hate
regular
that guy.
Tree Sentinels became draconic Tree Sentinels. As a fun side note, the 1.0 description of the malformed dragon set instead talks about a dragon worshipper named Nal, who I speculate is
He's
this
really pretty,
individual defending Malekith in Faram Azula. His set once read, "Once a dragon worshipper from the capital, it's said that he pulverized his golden armor with his bare hands in a fit of religious fervor, covering it in his own blood as he reshaped it in the likeness of a dragon." But anyway, in the final version of the game, there's more than one draconic tree sentinel, and they wield armaments whittled from dragon claws, so that they could better honor the ancient dragons in their worship without resorting to the primal act of dragon communion. And conveniently, for them it was found that dragon worship didn't clash with belief in the Erd Tree. The Gravelstone seal says as much, stating, "After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold." And this goes beyond just color. The ancient dragons were originally a part of the Greater Will's plan back in Faram Azula, and their golden scales reflect that. And after the Dragon War, these ancients became a part of the Greater Will's plan once more, albeit in a more subservient
The dragon's
role
face.
than in their previous age.
He was like,
One thing that's kind of difficult to reconcile with the dragon cult is the fact that their prayer books, cookbooks, spells, and Even a draconic tree sentinel can be found in Farum Azula. Special thanks to VLimit on YouTube for making
Another
me aware
shout out,
of
let's
this.
go.
The ancient
I didn't
dragon
hear that.
war in Leyndell would have surely happened after Farum Azula's age had passed, so how did all of this get up there? Either Farum Azula became skybound much later in the timeline than I thought, or perhaps dragon cultists simply traveled up to Farum Azula with these relics somehow. And I think this second theory is much more likely, because in an earlier version of the game, Farum Azula was actually called the Storm Eyrie, and
That makes sense.
was, and I quote,
No, I didn't.
a place that only dragons can reach. This reminds me a lot of Archdragon Peak in Dark Souls 3,
I
which
never played that
could
game.
only be accessed through
One of these
a sort
days.
of draconic meditation. So perhaps Farum Azula was once planned to be accessed in a similar way. For all we know, it could still be canon that those in tune with dragons are spirited up here. For instance, some banished knights certainly found a way up here, and they have dragons cresting their helmet. And this helmet once described how they sought the Storm Eyrie, presumably through revering dragons. Therefore, I feel
I'd
like
like to think that they
remnants
just took
of
the cyclone and went
characters
up.
being spirited
You
up
know what I
here
mean?
due to their association
Like-
with dragons is a bit of a holdover from a past version of the game that still exists in the current version. And while we don't get spirited up in the current game by becoming a dragon, we are certainly spirited up here. This teleportation occurs when you sacrifice Melina, or yourself in the Frenzy ending.
Oh,
Now,
right.
the mechanism behind this is kind of unclear, but there is sort of a prophecy that helps to explain it.
Oh,
Melina's
really?
Blade of Calling reads,
Oh,
"The
cool.
one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death." So, whether you walk alongside Melina, the Kindling Maiden, or the god of frenzied flame, or your Alexander tempering yourself in the flames of Gelmir and the
I just realized
Giant's
he was
Forge,
crossing his arms.
you're going to make it up here one way or another and meet the road of destined death. Speaking of which, this also explains why Banal
Hi,
is
Deanie.
up here.
How was your
According
food?
to his beast champion armor, his maiden threw herself into the fire, just like Melina does for us, which is what gets us up here. And he too also has a fate that ends with destined death, just like we do. So there's definitely some sort of fate associated with destined death that is spiriting us up here. I think that's for
Then
sure.
there's no happy endings in this
And
game.
to explain most others up here in Farum Azula, well, again, I personally think that they were likely spirited up thanks to their draconic nature, as explained by the cut content from that earlier version of Elden Ring. For all the humans who desired to commune with dragons, there was one dragon who actually communed with humans, Lanciax. Lanciax was the sister of Fortisax, and while
We
you
love
fight
sisters.
her as a dragon in-game,
Sister
long
dragons.
ago she took the form of a human to better commune with the Dragon
her
Knights
outfit.
as a priestess of the
What did you
ancient
have,
dragon
Dinny?
cult of Leyndell. The fact that she was able to take human form is pretty amazing. This is almost a reflection of dragon communion, but
Pasta,
instead
yum.
of changing
I
form
love
and
pasta.
communing with dragons, she's changing form to better commune with humans. A part of this communion, apparently, was love. And according to Dragon Bolt Blessing, only those loved by dragons can survive the ordeal of cladding their bodies in lightning.
Oh, wow.
And of all the knights, Vike the Dragon Spear was the one Lanciax loved the most. Fittingly, Vike's Dragon Bolt is unique in that it clads him and his spear in red lightning, the signature weapon of the ancient dragons, reserved up until this point for the beastmen who served them in antiquity.
I hate those things.
This also marks Vike as a dragon cultist. Therefore, it's kind of crazy to think that a dragon cultist almost became Elden Lord. Something that surely would have had implications for the age that would follow, if Vike was to take the throne. This must have made it all the more painful for many when Vike suddenly disappeared, travelling below Leyndell to visit the Three Fingers, where he was burned by their frenzy, armour and all. Knowing that he was a dragon cultist certainly helps to explain how he got down here. The fact that he was surely this highly regarded member of Leyndell's dragon cult, you'd think would open doors for
cults
him
everywhere. You
within
can't
the
escape
city.
them, can you?
So Vike likely could have made the trip down here easily, despite the existence of the Three Fingers being sacrilegious to the order
You
up
can't.
above.
I guess not.
We get little information
Imagine
on
having a
why
finger cult.
Vike made this trip,
Heck.
but in the end, we eventually find him imprisoned within an Everjail. And whether this imprisonment is self-imposed or not also remains a bit of a mystery.
He will in Cult of the Lamb.
But anyway, back to Lanciax, who loved Vike. The most interesting thing here with her, I think, isn't just the fact that we've learned that dragons can turn into humans, it's the fact that dragons can love. Perhaps this love and
I'm not doing
powerful
that.
emotion is part of what makes them so loyal. We see many becoming oath-sworn, and then Vortisax, for example, going so far as to sacrifice himself entirely for his friend. And it's this fact that makes the Elden Lord Placidusax's abandonment by his god all the more tragic, for their god would never return, and eventually a tarnished
Oh my God.
would find their way beyond
Oh,
time,
what a dodge.
putting an end to the Dragon Lord and hewing their remembrance into the Erd Tree.
Easy.
In the end, all that remains is Placidusax's ruin, the dying wails of the Dragon Lord,
Mm.
who once dwelled eternally beyond time.
Oh, that's so fucking cool.
Thank you for watching. But before I go, do you want some Elden Ring wall?
No, thank you. Thank you for the videos. Alright, let me open the game. Let me open the game and then we can actually play. Let me open the game. Elden Ring. Are you playing till 12? Yeah, probably. I didn't know that last one was gonna be an hour, but I wanted to watch it, so I did. We're just a hanging out kind of day. Close this. Where's Elden Ring? Close that. Why you gotta pop up in the wrong screen? Why? Get over here. Get over here. Where did you go? Be for real. Get over here. She did give you like a little hug. That was very sweet. Alright, continue. Alright, grab my controller. Going to be playing after 3 hours. Let's go. That was fun though. We should do some more just chatting streams just like that. We don't do them often. We should do them more. Okay. Alright, now I have to remember where I was from yesterday. Oh, okay. I see. So it looks like this is right by that cave, right? You were leveling up, right? Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to mark that. On mark, please. Thank you. Alright, so I'm currently level 29. I want to be at least in the 30s. Look, it's that turtle. He's just a little guy. Sorry. Make south to open the map to another area. Yeah, I could do that. Right now, I think for the rest of today, we're just gonna like level up and stuff. Because that's what I planned to do anyway today. So I'm really not worried about making any progress today. Other than getting some stuff. That's not the one I wanted to hit, but I hit it. I also know that that's giving me small runes, but I'll take it. What is this? Some garbo? The way that those trees light up is crazy. I just left them. Uh-oh, not a bear. You wouldn't. You wouldn't! No, I forgot how to dodge. There we go. I'm gonna take that. And I'm gonna take this. Hefty beast bones. Okay. Once you beat Godric, you can follow up the quest line. Best. Whoa, which Godric? Isn't there more than one? Because I already did that. Your second moon quest? How did you get two? You shouldn't be able to get two. I'm gonna have to look at that. Godric the Crafter. It didn't count? I guess not. Because I know I defeated the one Godric already. I did that ages ago. I don't know where the other one is. But like I said, I'm not too worried about it until we're actually playing. The royal capital? Well, yeah, I haven't been there yet. I don't even think I made it over there. I also want to try and see if I can beat the tree sentinel guy. If you beat him, go back to the very beginning and talk to the white-faced guy. Oh, I already did that. He gave me something. Oop. Right? Is that who I'm thinking of, you guys? Ooh, what's down here? Up, 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 up. Ow! Oh, safe. It is. Oh, yeah, I already did all that. That's not gonna make it. Oh, so close. No, don't do that. The last thing I need is a fall from fall damage. I'm pretty sure this is where I started this, because isn't that one place over here? Oh yeah, it's right there. This is where I started. We're just making our way, circling back. Please don't fall. Please don't die. Please don't die. Yes, let's go. Then you have the side quest. You have to meet him again in the Rose Church on the lake. I can't remember if I did that one already. I know I already went to the Rose Church and I got a key or something like that from over there. I have the next stage of where I need to go. I got the key from the dragon. And I'm just leveling up before I go in there. I did this one already. You little monkeys, leave me alone. I'm gonna sit here first. How many runes do I have? Not nearly enough. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty good quest-wise. I'm going to bed. I'll keep you tabbed. Can't wait to see where you end up tomorrow morning. Well, thank you, Dirk, for hanging out. I appreciate it. And we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we're playing Monster Hunter. So we're going to switch it up. Jellies! I wish I had my jelly. Of course, see you tomorrow evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Ow, you fucker. Oh, who invited you? Oh, let me switch to the... I don't have a sword? Okay, well... When did I unequip my sword? Why would I do that? You know where I should go back? I should go back to those little squid things. There's all kinds of jellies in here. Uh-oh. This is bad. This is bad. They're not mine. It was like an octopus kind of thing. You know what though? Those really aren't as bad as the ones in Monster Hunter though. Those ones are bad. Okay, let's see. Let's actually make my way back there for now. Meow. Let me get my sword first. There we go. Much better. Alright. Let's go fight these dudes. I thought it was here. I can't spawn over here though. Wasn't there a Grace over here? Huh. The only reason I want to go back to this place is because I know that every one of those I defeat, I will get 500 runes. Not the dragon guy. No. I'm going to these guys. Because I know that they'll give me guaranteed 500. And that way I'll get them faster. Come down. No, dodge. Yes, where the spawn point was? Yeah. I'm gonna run out of magic. Oh, there's a tree right there. No! Ow, fuck. No! No! Ew, why is it making that sound? Ow! Huh, got him. Eat shit, my guy. Thank you. Just gonna have a quick see right here. GG's, thanks. Yeah, these guys are easy. Plus I know they give me at least a decent amount. I want to try, because like, what did I say it was? 28? 29, okay. So I want to get up to at least like 30 and then go and see. I don't know if that's gonna be enough to do the dragon. I mean, logically, you would think it would be. Oh, you motherfucker. Come on. No, not like... Bro, I just said you were easy. I just said you were easy. My runes. No. I don't like the dodging in this game. Where are they? There they are. The delay is crazy. I also want to attempt to get the tree sentinel again. I was so close. No. Healing is crazy. This is a bad time to do this. Grabbing food. Ooh, enjoy your food. There we go. Thank you for your contribution. I'm gonna take that. What am I supposed to do with all these ovaries? Anybody know? Because what is that about? It's actually quite gross. I'm not gonna do that one. I'm gonna do this one. Ow. No! Not the kickflip! Uh-oh, bad timing. Bad timing. Bad timing to fuck up. Bad timing to fuck up. Not the two of you. Oh, you jumped right over him. Okay. Oh, silly little squid, you. What are you doing? Being weird. No, don't. No, 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 no. Heal. Worth it. Got him. Oh, did you not? Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna rest a little bit. Okay. Almost there. Should I need at least like 4 or 5 more? 6 at the most? Which isn't bad. No, don't. You missed. Oh god, that's so gross. Can you not do that in front of me? Okay, alright, sorry. Oh. Oh, this is a bad time to run out of this. No, 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 no. Oh, okay, alright. 2 of you was crazy. 2 of you was crazy. 2 of you was crazy. Hurry up. Kill that one. Thank you. Well, who invited you to the party? Okay, could you run? Oh, there's a boot thing here. Ah. No, okay, alright. Relax, Squid Man, please. No. No, not the mad tentacles. Good thing that tree can't kill me. They all did. Listen, they can keep it. Did I do more? Yes. Oh, okay. Whoa, oh, come on, guys. Guys, please. No, okay. No, okay. I should heal. I need to stop fucking around. No, okay. Oh, come on, dude. Alright. I'm a goner. I'm gonna die. No. Okay, alright. Why wouldn't you... Run. Stop, run. Ooh. I'm gonna yoink this. Oh, that's not gonna reach. Oh, there's the gray. Let's die right by the grace, please. Don't turn your back on me. Fight me like the tentacle you are. Okay. Oh, well, this is a problem now, isn't it? I don't really want to do close combat with you. No, okay. I suppose I have no choice. No, okay, yeah. That's alright. Note to self. Don't close combat them. They have too many tentacles. Oh, he's gonna... Okay. Disgusting. Nasty. Oh, would you look at that? Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Could be, should be worse. I need to level up my health and my mana before I do anything else. No, please don't. I'm sick of getting my ass. Getting one shot, it is not fun. Why aren't you? Thank you. Okay, come on. Dude. What happened to all the ones I was doing yesterday? What is this? What is this blasphemy? I was dodging so good yesterday. Today I'm absolute ass. Uh-oh. Oh, thank you for letting me heal. What do you mean I haven't died yet? I've died like 4 times. You just haven't added any. You might want to do that. Or I can do it if you're busy. I've died like 4 times. Alright. We're getting there. Well, that tree's pretty close. No. I bet you even if I tried to do the Sentinel today, I would likely not be able to. Because of my ass dodges. Literal ass cheeks. Don't. I want this one. Where am I going? I'm gonna turn this way. Oh, never mind. I want to go back that way. I was closer to the graves. Oh, I'm out of magic. Wait, that makes 5. Don't worry, I'll die. Don't worry, it's gonna happen. Oh, fuck. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Thank you. Yeah, once I get up my like health and stuff, I think it'll be a lot easier. No. You missed. I wonder if it's better to jump dodge instead of roll. Hold on, I cracked the code. Ooh. No, run. Okay, alright. Ooh, that was a close one. I was about to get smacked. No, thank you. Ah. Oh, so close. One more. One more ought to do it. One more ought to do it. Well, you're gonna count my coughs now? Don't do that. It's bad enough you guys count my hiccups. I can. No, don't. No. Okay, yeah, you know what? Jumping's not the way to go. Okay. Oh, okay. We thank you for eating that on my body. Not what I wanted. Where is that? Oh, right there. This is why we stay by the grace. Where you nasty. Stop cutting down trees. I just remembered the end of commands. Is that through Jones? It is. Well, that one is, yeah. I have a bunch of commands through, I have 2 main bots that I use. I fucking could. I use stream elements and, oh no, not like this. And Moobot. What am I doing? What? Okay. I'm stuck. Don't let me get you killed. No, you're good, you're good. Oh, okay. This one just wants my actual butt. No. Yeah, turn around, stupid. Come on. Are you fucking for real? Walking away on 1% health is crazy. Alright. Okay. So... I definitely need health. I can only do 1. That's crazy. A friend of mine was trying to figure it out today, and I couldn't remember who was using it. Would it be possible for you or your mod to DM me the code? Honestly, they just Googled it. It's literally the stuff off of Google. And if you're using Stream Elements, I believe they're, if you Google it, their instructions come up. And, I mean, they can link you the website for sure. But, it's literally just in, I believe it's like they walk you through it. It's pretty good. Do you want to go ahead and, link that for them, Kikyo? In the VOD Discord? Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, of course. No problem, no problem. Not a problem. Alright, so health better. Ish. Let's test it out on one of these dummies. Yep. There's a tree right there. Don't hit the tree. Oh, I just said not to do that. What did you do? Hit the tree. Okay, well, okay. It didn't make my magic stronger, but it made my health a little bit better. Damn, I think I used 2 on accident. Oh, there's a tree here. Okay. Or don't dodge. Gonna for reals this time? No problem. Not a problem at all. Ow, what the fuck, bro? Come on. Why did I just get fucking attacked? Okay. So, let's actually... I want to see what this area is about. And maybe I can do some leveling in this area. Unless it leads right to a boss. Well, then I have a problem. But... oh. It leads me to the Burger King. I thought I did this part. Trying to remember. Oh, that's right. I kept dying in the graveyard. That's right. Yeah, because right when I get to the bridge, all the ones that are right there, they come to life. And then I die. What am I gonna do? Whatever shall I do? Thank you, Kikyo. Oh man, these nerds. Come hither. Chase me. I was kidding. Ooh, missed. Wow. Come on. I forgot I was making food. What are you making? I'm a little hungry too. Everybody's making food. Come on down here. Ow, why was I crouching? That was so stupid. Ow, fuck. You just finished cooking. Why is everybody eating? I want to eat. I should eat something. I think the last time I ate was like... go eat? Well, yeah, but then I would have to end stream. Do I really want to do that? Do I really want to do that? Are you coming down here or what? Yeah, you are. Although, to be fair, I could probably end at my normal time. You can BRB. Yeah, but I don't have anything prepared today, to be honest. Because, like, usually when I eat during stream, it's because I have something prepared. Come on, dude. Ah, you can't headbutt me. Yeah, usually when I eat, I usually prepare something and then I just warm it up, like for a few minutes and then come back. But since I'm gonna do 2 long streams, both Saturday or Friday and Saturday, maybe we will end at normal time today. This was a fun just chatting stream though. We should do them more often. I had fun. That's not gonna hit, is it? There they are. Sir? 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 Oh, you fell down. Not you too. You know, I've been wanting to do more of the just chatting ones, but it's hard to like know what to do for those other than just yap away, which I do like to do, but sometimes I don't got shit to say. It's really fun. It is fun. Maybe we can do that like once a week. I hit the door. Uh-oh. It was a bad time to run out of magic. Ow! Okay, alright. You didn't have to go that hard. You did not. Come on, bro. Ow! Okay. Sorry. Sorry. I'm trying to lure him out. That's not working. Maybe I gotta get on this side. It's a great way for everyone to connect. That's true, yeah. Nope. Missed. I could just go right at him. Yeah, I could, and I will. Don't crouch. Crouching is for losers. Okay. And I don't have any health. No. There's a Grace over here, isn't there? Yeah, right. Where is that? Oh, not that. Where is it? Am I crazy? Not this fucking guy. Wasn't there? Oh, there it is. Ha. He almost killed me. Ooh, that would have been my whole ass. Okay. Now, unfortunately, those zombie guys do see me. Which sucks. Oh, that's gonna be bad. Where is he? He's right there. Oh, okay, fine. I didn't want to use magic, but I guess I'm going to. Okay, I'll just go fuck myself then, that's fine. Damn, that's not doing shit. Alright, fine. I'm gonna kill the one and then go after the other with my sword. So you're getting a little too close for my comfort. I don't like it. God, why are you so strong? Who let you be this strong? much did I get for that? Kind of a lot. I won't lie to you. That was kind of a lot. Okay, so if I go... Well, hang on, what does this say? Try right. Okay, well... Last time I tried that, I died. So... I forgot my job gives me 75 disc. Wow, that's crazy. And that's great for you because you have a ton of pets. Sir, could you come over here, please? I didn't want to trigger this one. I'm gonna get rid of you. Hit this one. Stop locking on. Snuck on. You didn't even know. Oh, you're at the cathedral already? Yeah, I've been here since yesterday, but I keep dying right here. But I keep getting my ass kicked. I did just get to level 30, and I leveled up my health a bit, but I fear my magic is too weak, which sucks. I'm just gonna have to beat this ass with a sword. Okay. Anybody else over here that wants some? I know there's one guy right there. There's another one that's in the ground over here. I just don't know where. I also don't know how far I am into this game. Oh, see, this is what happened to me last time. I'm fucking outie. I can't. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. This is what happened last time. Oh, there's an edge. Oh, well, this is a problem now, isn't it? Stop locking on. Fuck, where do I go? Fuck, 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 fuck. I don't know where to go. No, 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 this is how I died last time. No, 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 no. Kill yourself, kill yourself. No, bitch, heal. No. No. No, I hate it here. No. Heal. Ah. This is where I keep dying. I don't know how to get past this part. Damn. Why were all of his intestines hanging out? I'm still at the beginning. Okay, good. I don't want to like blow through this game. I know it's huge though. But I have a problem blowing through games. That was complete ass. Maybe a shield would be better, but I don't have a different sword that I can put in this hand. Well, I could put my shield in this hand, can I? It's fairly large. Okay, good. I was about to say, I don't think you could blow through if you tried. I hope not. I don't like doing so. Okay, I'm gonna put that. Can I not? Oh no, I have to have it in this hand. That's unfortunate now, isn't it? Speedrun, I dare you. Oh my god. I don't think I could if I tried. I think I just might have to shield it. But this one's way too heavy. I also don't remember how to use a shield because I never do. We're gonna have to find out. I forgot how to use it. Okay, I don't know how to use it. Oh. Okay, well that doesn't do shit to them. Does it block? I'm not doing anything to them. I fear I've fucked up. No, don't! I need to go back and get my runes. Do not kill me. Okay, let me rethink this. Hold on. Go up here. I don't have a bow, or else I would use a bow, because I feel like that might be good, but I don't have one. My staff is absolute butt. I could carry 2 swords. That might be what I might need to do for now. Oops. I think my armor is okay for what I have. You made a sausage? Nice. Is it a tofu sausage? Or a veggie sausage? Because I like veggie ones. Those are good. It is. Oh, it's a tofu sausage? How do you like it? Would you recommend? It's pretty good, is it? Ooh, I didn't see you there. Hello, my guy. Damn, you're a big one. I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna fall. No, you're gonna fall. Wait, what's down there? Can I go down there? Wait, no, that's just this area. Where the hell was I going? Okay, say the same thing twice. Did you die? No, not yet. Almost. Okay. Taking you out. Damn, I'm just swinging left and right. Oh, what do you have? This one does a lot more damage. Can you yoink this? Thank you. Ow! Come on! Why do you do so much damage? Oh, I'm so slow. Oh, I need to get rid of the shield. No, 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 no. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Wait, I can't use my thing right now? What the hell? No, because I'm squaring off. Get the fuck out of here. There's no way. Alright, fine. Oh no. Oh, fuck. Ow! No, come on, dude. Actually kill yourself. No, I'm so heavy. I need to, like, separate them. Them together is crazy. Ooh, not two-handed. You hate to see it. There goes my runes. She's alive. Hold on. Fuck this. There's gotta be a better way to do this. I don't have enough of those. Certainly don't have enough of that. Can't do that yet. What is this? Spellproof dried liver. Ew. What does it do? Temporarily boosts magic damage negation, improving damage. Oh, interesting. How many runes do you have? Not enough. I have like, well, at my death spot, it was like, I think 1,500. And I have 400 on me. Oh, I forgot I had this. Solidify Grace? I don't know if that would work on them. I can try it. Oops. Fucking get rid of this shit. Give me my staff back. Okay. No, actually. Okay, I want that. Here. You get this one. Okay. Never hurts to try. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm not quite sure what it does or how to even get it in my pocket. I think it's use. I guess we'll try this one. Alright. I have an orb. I have an orb. Orb. Alright, let's try this. This isn't doing anything. I'm the lucky orb. Oh, I didn't see that guy. Why does this one suck? Could you not raise your hands at me, please? Pretty sure that made my magic not great. Is this Thrilly? Yeah, he literally looks like he's doing the Thrilly. I don't know, maybe I read this wrong. Maybe it does something else. Alright. You're an asshole. And you stole my magic. That's crazy. Think I can ride my horse in here? No. I cannot. I could just run through. Maybe? Well, my only issue with that is... Well, one, I need to kill this guy now. And two, I would need to save my stamina. Man, this fucker just won't die. Okay. I could try it. Yeah, skirt. Hitting me with arrows is crazy. Go. Ow! You piece of shit. Move! No, move. Run, bitch. Run. Please tell me there's grace. Please tell me there's grace. Please tell me there's grace. Please. Grace. Where are the... Oh, right there. Let's go. No, I don't give a fuck about you. Get up here. Touch the grace. Hurry. Touch. Oh my god, that's not grace. No. no, 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 no. How is there not Grace here? What is that? What is this? What is this? What, hello? Sir, you're scaring me. Ow! Okay. I've dodged worse. Sir, I fought the tree guy, okay? I should heal. Fuck, I'm gonna be out of magic. You can't be serious. You can't be serious. Oh my fucking god. Dude. Do I have to do all that over again? There's no way. Oh my fucking god. How? Literally how? And pop off? Literally how? Is there like a back way I can go? Can't use my friggin' horse. And I guess I could just run past everyone. Oh, or use my magic, that's fine. Just ignore all of them, maybe? I never really thought about that. You thought? Ow! Okay. Okay. Well, you know what? I have arrows in my ass now. Fuck. Literal arrows in my ass. I can't. How is there not Grace here? You're an asshole. They didn't come in here before. I didn't think they could go in there. That's crazy. You're goated, you can do it. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. We'll give it one more try and then we'll try again another day. Tomorrow's Monster Hunter, so I'm excited for that. Excuse me, sorry. Note to self, don't get hit by arrows. Okay. Excuse me. You're fucking joking. How is there no Grace over here? Are you joking? Where even is the exit to this place? Oh, you're running. You hit a tree, stupid. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to call you stupid. Ow, what the? Not the dog. You're serious. Come on. I hit the wall. Okay. I should be. Missed. Idiot. He needs clothes. He does. Damn, he dodges. Ow. Okay. I see staying in the grass is perfect. No! This dumb dog is gonna be the death of me. I just know it. No. Oh, for fuck's sake. Don't kill the doggo, Kikyo. Now is not the time. You know, I love animals. Fuck. God fucking damn it. The dog let me heal. No. No, come on. He had 1% life left. Oh my god. Ugh. At least I can do it. At least I know I can do it. Oh my god. Okay. That's so fucking irritating. That wouldn't be the first time I killed something the same time something killed me. God, that sucks. Oh. I don't have time for your bullshit. 2 on 2. Yeah, I don't know. That was really annoying. I'm not quite sure how I could have avoided that. If the dog wasn't there, I probably would have been fine. I don't know if that's supposed to happen. My guy's over here praising. Let's go. Fucking beefer. Excuse me. You know what? Fucking die already. There. Don't come in here. Okay. There. What is that? Huh. I didn't notice that before. Where are we going? Bye. Oh no. Where the heck am I? Hello, sir. We're going to me, Lord. Well, true. What the hell's over here? Oh, you know what? I wonder if this is where I was supposed to go. Because there was like no exit. Ooh, crystal darts. Let's go. There was no exit before. Hi, Willy. Sorry. I'm just destroying property. Sadness. No joy ahead. Teacher ahead. Oh god. I just want some grace. Does anybody have grace? Oh yes. Hi, Wee. I'm almost done, buddy. Have you come to Elden the Ring with me? Yeah? You wanna come here? Come here, Weez. Come here. Come here. Ow, fuck! The Burger King! Willy, don't eat the cord. Willy, good thing I just got some grace. Willy, doggo, he barks like a dog. Could you... Wait, don't eat the cord. Come on. I have to use this. Willy! Dude. Come on. Bro. Oh, hey! If you're gonna be up here, we can't have this. Come on. Now you gotta behave. Don't eat my cord. Oh, he's a cat. Wow, yeah, he barks like a dog. Behave. Oh, it's one of these. Why are these always in the same spots? I don't want a Burger King meal, okay? Oh, you have a sword. Excuse me! Willie! Willie, I can't do this with you. Come on, man. Lord. Hi, buddy. He's being bad right now. The kitty bongos. Yeah, I do kitty bongos on him all the time. He likes it. Dude, leave my controller alone. Willie. You guys can't see him, but he's resting his head on my controller. Look at them. They're just raiding. Sir, put that book down. Not even giving him the chance to use his staff. Let's go. Uh-oh. Just kidding. I ran out of magic. Ow, fuck. Ow, fuck. Ow, fuck. Really? Willie, I'm beating people up in a library. I got a new robe. Let's go. Put it on, put it on, put it on, put it on, put it on. Put it on, put it on. I'll take it. I look so cute. Don't fight your people. Sorry. This guy's feet is all out. Harry Potter who? Exactly. Ambush ahead, but try luring out. Well, that's a good idea. Alright, goodbye. You can lay here if you're gonna be good. If not, I'm gonna have to kick you out. Yeah, you're gonna... Oh, I see. He's trying to clean my computer screen, but he's cleaning the OBS because he sees me. I'm moving on it. He's... Whatever, as long as he's distracted, I don't care. Look at him, the guy behind him couldn't even know. Oops. Uh-oh. No, not like this. No, no, no. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. Come on, man. You're fucking joking. Why am I so bad at this game? Why am I so bad at this game, Louise? Hmm? Why? Man, at least I didn't go too far. Ow, Jesus. This guy's got a sword and shield. He's tough. Wow! Okay, well, you're mad. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm stuck. There was no way I could cut out of that. Oh, he's got a different robot. He's what you would call a tough guy. I see. And he's got crystals in his eyes. Do they all have crystals in their eyes? I don't think so. I missed. Oh, no, I didn't. Come at me. Come on, man. I can do this all day. Are you comfy? What's going? You're getting cat hair everywhere. You're getting cat hair everywhere, my guy. Hmm? Can you not flick your tail at me, please? It's rude. Oh, there's a downstairs. What's down here? Ooh, what's that? Door ahead, thank you. Is this the door? No. Ooh. Ooh, more cookbooks. I don't remember how to use those. Oh, here we go. Give to a learned sorcerer to require new sorcerer. I have so many of these. It's not even funny. I should probably go back to the round table place. What does this do? I can now craft magic grease, drawstring magic grease, magic bow. Oh, magic arrows, not bow. I don't have any bows. Ew. I also should probably empty my pockets. Like sell some shit. I have way too much stuff. It's a door ahead, but that's not a door. So it must be talking about the other one. Sorry, I had to break that before I left. It's a rite of passage. Oh, I want this so bad. Let me use it. Oh, that's where I came from. There's my grace. And my stuff. Not that I had anything. Not a single fucking thing. Nothing over here. This is how I end up not having any grace at all. Or not any grace. Any runes. Because I'm always fucking... I forgot. I don't... Okay, well, this is a problem now, isn't it? No, get him with the sword. Damn, you're hitting me with a knowledge. I'm being... okay. I was getting hit with a book. Oh yeah, they don't have gems in their eyes. Interesting. Alright, one more time. Just for good luck. Hello, sir. No, don't. Damn, what the fuck was that? Whoa. Come on, man. Fucking die already. Thank you. I didn't want to do that one. The mistaking of healing is crazy. Because I could do it constantly. Oh shit, sorry. You weren't supposed to see that, sir. Ow, okay, well. Alright, well. This sucks. Come on, get closer. The both of you are hitting me is crazy. Ow. Okay, fine. We'll try this again next time. Damn. Ew, why do they look like that? We will do this again next time. That's fine. Alright. Are any of my friends online? Let me see. Who do I want to raid? Cherry's on. We could raid Cherry, Willy. Willies? Yeah, let's do that. Alright, we'll go ahead and raid out to Cherry. She's playing Repo. She's a good friend, a wonderful person, 10 out of 10 streamer. Good night, cuties. Good night, Yensa. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. I do. Let's do our normal raid kitties. I need to get a new raid emote. I feel like it'd be cute. Maybe I'll look at that tomorrow. Alright, we are playing Monster Hunter tomorrow, so I will see you all for that. And everybody, copy that message. And then let's give Sherry a nice, warm welcome. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Hi, Snakes. How are you? Huh? What? Yeah? No, don't be sorry. Be safe, please. Gabby! Oh my god. Yeah, what the heck? You're an absolute sweetheart. Thank you so much. Thank you for rating me. How was your stream? I hope you're doing well. I hope you had fun. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. I really appreciate you. Let me give you a shout out, lovely. It's good to see you here, beautiful. Thank you